Hello, 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 hello. So listen, all of my life I've been in music, theater, and the fine arts. And as Sister said, to try to maintain the adrenaline that Reverend Ricky just charged in us, let us be clear. All of our art, our education, should be about enlightening us and teaching us and uplifting our community and our nation and our race. How many of you know what's going on in Kenya right now? Raise your hand. How many of you know what's going on in Kenya now? Pay attention. How many of you know what's going on in Haiti right now? Yes. Spirit is rising. So, in keeping with that theme, that our art, everything should be about uplifting and teaching us, and especially our young people. So there's nothing wrong with rap, but rap has gotten so bad in the last few years. I can't believe some of the things that I hear on the radio and on TV and our music. Music is endemic to us, is that right? It's part of us. It's like our blood. So what happens when you begin to put a little poison in the music, in the art, in the theater? What happens? We begin to get poisoned. Garbage in, what? Garbage out. So in keeping with that spirit, years ago, one of the first raps that I heard, the music was just so great. I was like, wow, that's awesome. Listen to that music. But the words were so bad, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So the Spirit charged me. I was in transport one day, and I had my briefcase and my notepad, and it started coming out. By the way, I did try to get the drummers from the dance troupe to help me this morning, but clearly they have not made it. So guess who's got to help me? You got to help me. So this won't be long, but you got to help me. So listen, see if you can do this. You got to keep that. Now don't speed, just keep it right there. You didn't know you were a drummer, did you? So listen, brothers and sisters, gather round me. I want to take a little bit of your time. I know you've heard all these records with raps, but let me tell you about mine. Now, I know you've heard Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, and Beyonce too, but I'm fed up with hearing that silliness, and I want to say something positive to you. Now, my rap began a long time ago. You might have even heard it before. That's right, it's about you and me and how we've come a long way, but we've got to do a lot more. A lot more working, striving, caring, and sharing, and a lot more studying too. Doing everything we can to pull together, so I'm stretching out my heart to you. Wait a minute, now don't get mad and say you're bored and you don't want to hear all that. Because those of you with that attitude, you haven't done nothing yet. So open up your heart, free your mind, and put on your thinking cap. And brothers and sisters, get yourself together and let's check out Clifford's rap. Kick the bass. Keep going. Wait a minute. Now let's go back to the dawn of time when the man above said, I am that I am. He sent a spirit down to East Africa and created a mighty black man. Now, since the black man was first on the face of the earth, he had riches and wealth untold. Uranium, iron, silver, diamonds, copper, brass, and gold. But hold it, wait a minute, what's this I see? A European came along and bought slavery. Got the brother and his family, put him on a ship, sent him all across the ocean on America's trip. Raped the brother, beat his woman, and skinned him alive. But in spite of all this, the brother still survived. 400 years later, what I'm saying is true. We ain't got 40 acres and we ain't got no mule. We ain't got no economics, no family, no jobs. Brother, living in this world is sure is hard. So if you want to stay away from political mess and be where things are basically cool, just get yourself together, start working real hard, young people. Keep yourself in school. You know, some of y'all think that if you just get over, that money power will get you through. Get the wax out your ears and the dust off your brain, brother. I got a message for you. Help me. Say it loud. Black and I'm proud. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. One more time. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Wait a minute. You know, Jack and Jill went up on the hill to get an education. And while Jill got down and hit those books, Jack's mind was on vacation. Just drinking that drink and smoking that smoke. Brother, life is a battle and your mind is a joke. Because in the battle of life, your weapon is your mind. You better get hip because you're running out of time. When they come to practice genocide on you, tell me now, black man, what you gonna do, black man? What you gonna do? So I'm telling you, sister, and I'm telling you, brother, you better get yourself together and start helping each other. Because when the man come around and start taking names, there won't be no time for no fun and games. The only thing that he'll be looking at is to see if your skin is white or black. Not purple and gold, brown and black. Not pink and green, brown and black. Not crimson and cream, brown and black. So telling you, sister, and I'm telling you, brother, you better get yourself together, start helping each other. Because if Mr. Trump becomes the president, we'll wonder where our freedom went. Uh-oh. And that's Clifford's rap. Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day. And thank you for this opportunity.
We give him the Rwandan clap.
Is that the 6?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. 6 claps. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somebody can. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And God bless you, as Reverend said. So I want to invite Mr. Kasaija to come and give us a brief of what should follow. And then we can break for the panel, for the break session. Mr. Kasaija, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clifford. I want to just give you a very short background of the musician, the rapper we have just heard now. He has been with us for the last 2 days and is with us today. Is a profession and possesses a master's degree in education and mass communication. That is why since our first day, you have seen him with camera. Clifford is currently a director of education for MICRI, that is a theater in Michigan, USA. He also has done significant work for PhD. He has also been mentored by several professors in the Center of African Music in Ghana, African continent. He is a good rapper, you have seen, but above all, his rap, his work portrays a good message. You need me, I need you, we support each other, whether black or any color, any race, as long as you are a human being, you need me, I need you. Thank you, Clifford.
So as we wind up with that, you need me, I need you, please. As I need you, you need me. So let's keep time and we break for our sessions. And you have 40 minutes, please. The chairs, I'll be coming round when the time is up and I'll not leave you there. So I need you as you need me. So let's break, please.
For those who are standing here, we're going to be getting started in a couple of minutes. Let me ask those presenters, David, Dr. Bell, and others who are in this session to please come to the podium, the dais. I can get the names. Mr. Justice and Dr. I believe that's Banama. Is that you?
Dr. Bono Nimana, if you'd come to the stage, and Mr. Ricky, if you'd come to the stage, we're going to get rolling. He's not? Okay. Oh, okay, so he's cool now. All right. All right.
I said we'll be giving...
No, it's just this thing.
Please, if you're leaving to another room, Dr. Gamariel can help us to access the rooms. Dr. Gamariel is here. So if you're not remaining in this room, if you're going to any other room, please, Dr. Gamariel is here.
Hello. Those who have topics in the master's room or access room or innovation hub, please follow me. And those who may not be attending presentations that will be made here, they can also follow us. Thank you.
So this session is about to get started, so thank you for staying. And we are kind of fortunate in that we only have 2 presenters, which means we don't have to rush. I'm unfortunate because I have to leave, but Dr. Bell has agreed to moderate when I leave, and hopefully I won't be gone too long. I'm actually double commissioned today. So we're going to get started on the session. This session is sustainable development, and because I don't have it in front of me. So thank you for staying for the session on environmental sustainable development and governance. And we have some very distinguished presenters this morning. I'm going to go ahead and present the first one, and then I have to leave, and he will introduce the second one. And if you don't have his bio, we'll let him introduce himself. So that's okay. But thank you for being here this morning. And this is such an important topic. And we can't emphasize, we hear about global warming, and we don't emphasize the role in governance in that. And so hopefully out of the discussion, the presentations, we'll be able to at least leave you understanding that it's not just about sustainable development, it's just not the environment, but there's a governance piece involved that, there's a policy piece involved that, and I think that's what we're going to hear this morning in our discussion. So with that, let me introduce Dr. David Bell. Happen to know him pretty well. He resides in Savannah, Georgia. He's a professor at Indiana University. He has a doctorate from the University of Pittsburgh. He's published, he's been an administrator, he's been in the banking industry, he's had a variety of experiences, and he has chosen as a career path after leaving the private sector. He's also in the ministry as well. After leaving the private sector to go into public policy, public administration. So let me present to you Dr. Bell, and you make your presentation, and then he's going to preside while I'm away. So thank you, Dr. Bell.
Thank you, Dr. White.
And I did not introduce the sheet.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you. Now, this presentation is going to be on an ongoing research. So that's the way we say it ain't finished yet. So it's a piece that's being worked on and modified, and so your thoughts and comments are welcomed and appreciated. And we're going to stay there starting at that first slide there. This paper presents comparative research grounded in the phenomena of China foreign direct investment in Africa. The examination assesses the preparedness of civil society organizations to seize the day of economic globalization to advance energy justice and human development. Economic globalization is a driver of business relationships. It also increases awareness of the benefits, consequences, and externalities of economic development, such as healthy, sustainable energy production and access to the best available energy infrastructure. These consequences and external issues are the focus of many CSOs. The missions and key objectives of many CSOs include remediation, prevention, and capitalization on these business-related issues for achieving greater equity in access of clean energy and service to human development. John Morrison argues that political license and legal license are not enough for business relationships to flourish. Collective action activities such as boycotts, roadblocks, and sit-ins underscore the importance of social license to business relationships emerging from economic globalization. Morrison says social license, legitimacy earned through knowledge and action that results from an equitable balance between different social interests, is also necessary to prevent barriers to efficient economic development. The linkage of social license and ESG, environmental, social, and governance, is increasingly embedded in business enterprises. Morningstar's Global Sustainability Fund flows reported that inflows from sustainable funds increased from $5 billion in 2018 to over $50 billion in 2020, and received $87 billion of net new cash in the first quarter of 2022. Advocates that have objections to ESG are charged with failing to sufficiently account for social license and risk unaccounted for major externalities that can derail long-term value creation and survival. Long-term value creation is argued to include energy justice as a component of social justice considerations. Energy justice is a key term when discussing social justice in the context of clean energy as expressed in Sustainable Development Goal 7, affordable and clean energy. Energy justice draws upon three tenets from the social justice literature. First, distribution justice deals with the distribution of material outcomes of public goods. Second, recognition justice considers which social groups are ignored and misrepresented. And finally, third, procedural justice advocates for more democracy, openness, and inclusion in the decision-making process. Of the various approaches to defining energy justice, this examination embraces the 8 core principle approach. The research credited with the framework built from the principles aims to operationalize the moral elements of energy justice. They contend it serves as a mechanism that can begin to achieve a more just and equitable balance of all the competing aims. You can go ahead and put that first slide back up. Removing barriers to human development, including economic development and clean energy justice, is no more crucial anywhere than it is in Africa. The most impoverished and deprived people in the world are on the continent. This exploration compares the formal institutional structures in assessing preparedness for civil society organizations to participate in the development conversation. The focus is on those African countries with the greatest inflows of China FDI. Got my PowerPoint, friend? Okay, wave at me. So me and you on the same page, right? Flow with me and I'll tell you where to go, okay? All right, next slide. All right, stay right there. The linkages of human and economic development are especially central to the relationship of China and Africa. The linkages can be viewed as partnerships when the focus is the essential workings of the actors. The human and economic development aims and interests converge on time, space, and activities involved in advancing business interests while ensuring improved public and social welfare. Next slide. This paper presents comparative research grounded in the phenomena of China foreign direct investment in Africa. The examination assesses the preparedness of civil society organizations to seize the day of economic globalization to advance human development as a substantial partner with government and firms. Next slide. So very briefly, we're going to talk about FDI, foreign direct investment, human development partnerships. The focus of this study, our CSOs really prepared to be a part of the conversation. Cross-sector partnerships and sharing the load. Factors that are important to CSOs being prepared. Governance, social license, and social civil society organizations, the whole ESG discussion too. The data and method to this work, findings, and then a couple of lessons for practice, and we'll be done with this part. Next slide. Economic globalization is a driver of business relationships. The relationships include government and civil society actors. Economic globalization increases awareness of the benefits, consequences, and externalities of economic development. These consequences and externality issues are the focus of many governmental services and civil society organizations. Government services include a broad range of activities from fostering and inviting business environment to regulating business operations. Moreover, the missions and key objectives of many CSOs include the remediation, prevention, or capitalization of business-related issues for human development, human improvement. Dr. Donald Lewis and his team reported that in the fall of 2013, the Chinese president proposed the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. The BRI aims to strengthen interconnectivity between countries along the land-based Silk Road economic belt and 21st century maritime Silk Road, while at the same time promoting sustainable social and economic development amongst BRI countries. Upon close examination, it becomes apparent that there is considerable overlap in goals and strategies, as well as in-depth coordination in forming these two monumental international change-oriented undertakings, Sustainable Development Goals and the Belt and Road Initiative. Each of these undertakings is potentially mutually reinforcing, so that BRI holds great promise to serve as a vehicle for the attainment of the SDG goals across the regions of Africa by 2030. Next slide. The linkages of human and economic development are important in the relationship of China and Africa. The linkages can be viewed as partnerships when the essential connectedness of the actors is considered. Next slide. The human and economic development aims and interests converge in the time-space activities involved in advancing business interests while ensuring improved public and social welfare. Next slide. As part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, it has created substantive commercial relationships very rapidly. Includes community consent and is a matter of governance. It is integral to the concept of partnership involving firms, civil society, and government. John Morrison argues that political license and legal license are not enough for business relationships to flourish. He says a social license, legitimately earned through knowledge and action that results from an equitable balance between social interests, is also necessary to prevent barriers to economic development. Next slide. but are civil society organizations positioned to shape the unfolding relationship between China and Africa? Are they prepared to serve in a substantial, substantive role in the social licensing of firms to operate? This examination assesses the preparedness of civil society organizations to seize the day of economic globalization to advance human development. Are civil society organizations ready to participate at this level? Is the sector in particular in African nations prepared to seize the moment, a period of increasing substantial business investment to advance human gain and development? How do the institutional structures compare that encourage citizens' participation via civil society organizations on the Africa end of this new Silk Road, Belt and Road Initiative? What are the implications for CSO leadership in these countries in this era of globalization? To address these questions, those African countries with the highest China outward FDI are identified. These are selected based on the data from the Ministry of Commerce of People's Republic of China. Once identified, country data was obtained on various variables and components used to assess the formal institutional structures to prepare and encourage and facilitate participation in the development conversation. Next slide. Next slide. There's an extensive body of research on partnerships involving business, government, and nonprofits, or CSOs, if you will. Often the terms partnership and collaboration are considered synonymous. They define cross-sector partnerships, certain researchers do, as the linkage of sharing of information, resources, and activities, capabilities by organizations in two or more sectors to achieve jointly an outcome that could not be achieved by an organization in one sector separately. Their examination of researchers looking from 2007 through 2015 includes findings and overarching themes. Particularly important for this study is their finding that recent research reports indicate and support the belief that institutional environment is critical for partnerships that aim to address societal problems. The institutional environment involves broad systems that cross sectors and jurisdictions and can affect CSO's ability to function in the partnership. Next slide. Warren and Sullivan specifically discuss partnerships of governments, firms, and CSOs utilizing case studies. They're focused on extractive industries, includes countries in sub-Saharan Africa, such as Zambia, examined in this paper. They provide valuable insights on how partnerships operate with the premise that each sector provides complementing core competencies, including CSOs specifically. Core competencies of CSOs are integral to the United Nations framework that informs operationalizing CSOs in the partnership in this study. Promoting sustainable development through the more effective civil society participation in environmental governance is a collection of cases from the European Union Non-Governmental Environmental Project. It establishes the importance and functional roles of CSOs in addressing environmental concerns in a manner that has broad application to other societal problems. For example, EU NGOs found CSOs to be vital to stakeholders in decision-making about environmental matters, as well as on important partnering in implementing and monitoring policies at all levels of government. Similarly, Morrison finds CSOs are indispensable in the governance work of firms obtaining a social license and views them as among the mediators of social license. He also views the organizations as working to achieve and maintain social license, for example, to legitimize its role in partnerships with firms and governments. Next slide. The legal and regulatory setting is very often the mechanism examined in implementation research, including implementing partnerships. Through limited activities, the legal environment can directly impact the ability of CSOs to function as change agents. The variables selected for this study reflect the importance of environment as is supported by the capabilities and the capacities that the EU NGO discovered were vital to CSOs being effective as a partner. Legally registered organizations with these capacities have been found to be prepared to participate in the development discourse. These capacities are served by an institutional structure that allows and supports development in these areas. Next slide. I don't expect you to be able to read this. It's just to lay out the way these pieces are compared and examined between what the China's Africa Belt and Road Initiative and the Sustainable Development Goals. The arrow way over there to the right is pointing to the alignment with the goal with affordable clean energy from the Sustainable Development Goals. The Belt and Road focus on infrastructure is particularly relevant for attaining the SDGs. As identified since 2014, the investment gaps in the key SDG sectors pertain to matters such as power, which require electricity and energy infrastructure, and climate change, requiring green energy investments. The researchers report that in February 2017, the United Nations Commission for Social Development adopted the social aspects of the new Partnership for Africa's Development resolution, which for the first time acknowledged the BRI concept of a community of common destiny. The Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, related institutions are also spearheading clean energy projects in Africa, among others, with the project of providing widespread people-centered access to affordable energy. Moreover, they also report that General Electric Corporation of the USA has entered into a MOU with the China National Machinery Industry Corporation to collaborate on clean energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa. Next slide. Morrison describes social license as an integral component of the partnership that represents an important opportunity for CSOs to engage in the development discourse. Beyond the license to operate, social license can be viewed as a fair balance involving different interests that allows development activities to flourish. Social license is about what is being done more than an organization's identity. He explains it is best understood in social terms. For instance, government services accountable to society. Civil society advances more robust governmental accountability. Business builds capacity with partnerships, not taking advantage of weaknesses. Political and legal license have limitations that need to be considered via globalization and include issues such as international human rights conventions. Next slide. This study uses data from the Ministry of Commerce, from People's Republic of China, and the 2019 Civil Society Sustainable Development Index prepared by the USDA. For researchers, I'll be glad to talk to you more about it. A lot of data challenges here in terms of gathering what we need. I have a research assistant that will be starting once I get back to class in the fall to look at these various sources and try to aggregate the data to paint a picture that we're trying to achieve with this kind of work. Next slide. So, the top 3 nations of FDI, foreign direct investment from China to the continent, in 2022 were Botswana, South Africa, and Zambia. And those are the few we're going to look at these next few moments and then move to conclusion. Next slide. I don't expect you to be able to read this slide either. But this one just shows the comparisons of the countries on the continent and what the last 3 years, or this 3-year period, 2019, 2018, 2017, looks like. With Botswana there at the top, you see there's very little change. Similarly, in that time period, South Africa, very little change. Zambia, very little change in terms of what happened from year to year. You can see them comparatively to some other countries that may have been ranked higher in terms of their sustainability. Next slide. The Civil Society Index has several components: legal environment, organizational capacity, financial viability, advocacy, service provision, sectorial infrastructure, and public image. For purposes of our work at this stage, we're just looking at 2: legal environment and financial viability. For example, what kind of procedures there are to be formally registered. Is it a burdensome process? When you're going to be dissolving your organization, is it a burdensome process? The whole idea of taxation, access to resources. Looking at financial viability, the idea of having diversification of revenue sources, the allowing of foreign support. Some countries don't allow foreign aid to come in from international sources. Earned income, is a CSO permitted to earn income through various products and services? So those are the 2 of the various components of the index. Those are the 2 we're looking at primarily. Next slide. The lower scores reflect a stronger, more robust environment. Higher scores are weaker. So 1 is good, 7 is bad. CSO sustainability in sub-Saharan Africa was constrained in 2019. 8 countries in the region have overall CSO sustainability scores that fall within the weakest category of sustainability. Sustainability impeded, with scores 5.1 to 7. The rest fall in the middle category of sustainability, sustainability evolving. No country has an overall CSO sustainability score that falls within the highest range of sustainability, sustainability enhanced. The average score for overall CSO sustainability in sub-Saharan Africa improved slightly in 2019 from 2018, driven largely by more competent advocacy, enhanced organizational capacity, and stronger public image. 9 countries, including Rwanda, reported overall improvements in scores. 4 countries reported deteriorations, most often because of moderate to extreme worsening of the legal environment. So looking at Botswana, CSOs continue to enjoy a range of legal protections and operate freely under the Non-Governmental Organizations Policy of 2012, which recognizes CSOs' important contribution to national development and nation building. The policy provides a framework to guide the relationship between the government and CSOs, including mechanisms for supporting CSO programs through line ministries, overseeing the functions of NGO councils, mobilizing resources, and facilitating effective CSO governance. The implementation of the NGO policy is facilitated by the policy guidelines for support to NGOs. CSOs are exempted from paying value-added tax under the Income Tax Act of '95. The Act offers exemptions from income taxes to religious, charitable, and educational institutions of a public character and trust for nature conservation, scientific research, and similar public purposes. This exemption does not extend to non-state actors, such as media, that are involved in acquisition or the gain of the possibility of future gain by their members. The gradual withdrawal of major donors from Botswana after the country achieved upper middle income status in 2005 has left many CSOs dependent on funding from the government, which now manages priority development programs without external support. The work of some organizations has been threatened by the end of their international funding. In 2019, for example, Children's Village Botswana was informed by its regular international funders that since Botswana is now a middle-income country, they will gradually stop supporting the village. Botswana has asked the government to increase its funding by 50% for this particular organization in order for it to maintain its operations, but the government was unable to comply with this request. CSOs in rural areas have been particularly hard hit by the withdrawal of donors, and in 2019, many organizations operated with little funding or had to close shop. Small CSOs are often unable to compete for funding with larger organizations. For example, small CSOs in certain settlements are expected to submit their grant proposal via email, but lack the facilities to do so. Specific data about government funding levels is unavailable. For South Africa, the overall sustainability in South Africa was unchanged from 2018 to 2019. Legal environment improved slightly with the government's release of a draft green paper on the social economy, which addresses the role of social enterprises and seek to inform CSO funding and reporting requirements. At the same time, CSO's financial viability deteriorated moderately because of the contracting economy and dwindling international and government funding. Organizational capacity was unchanged. Going to Zambia. Most organizations registered in Zambia register of society under the Societies Act. And in some cases, the patents and companies register agency under the Companies Act. Mostly because of a lack of information, some CSOs register under the 2009 NGO Act, which is slated to be repealed and replaced by a new law. Registration requirements and processes under all three are fairly straightforward, and most CSOs are able to register without much difficulty. CSOs in rural areas face the hurdle of needing to travel to provincial centers to file their applications and annual reports, which increase their costs, especially as they could also experience requests for bribes for their paperwork to be processed in a timely manner. CSO's financial viability deteriorated for the fourth quarter in Zambia in 2019. Most mainstream national CSOs, including Society for Women and AIDS in Zambia and several others, remain financially weak and could not implement major activities. Observers have noted that most well-established CSOs in Zambia have received half or less of their anticipated annual budgets for several years. The poor financial situation of lead organizations negatively impacts smaller CSOs since they usually depend on the larger ones for support. Because of drops in funding, some CSOs failed to implement activities or reach all of their targeted populations. CSOs continue to depend overwhelmingly on funding from international donors in 2019, as locally sourced funding is rarely available. Next slide. So in conclusion, we're looking at CSOs trying to work in meeting the needs to support and build support for legitimacy, the idea of social license, which also involves environmental and social considerations of governance, the connection with Sustainable Development Goal 7 regarding affordability and clean energy, building these CSO alliances and partnerships to shared interests to try to capitalize on the individual capabilities of each part of the member, can aid in servicing having quality social license. Where institutional challenges abound, used to create social license issues and opportunities, we can find there can be some results and some impact. Thank you very much. So now Mr. Justice Raji will come and share with us, as we consider matters of social enterprise and investment and entrepreneurship, a case for reimagining Oregon and the Sober Club.
Thank you. I believe there are slides. If not, I can go. Well, first I'll start with introducing myself. My name is Justice Raji. I'm the director of the Reimagine Oregon project. Okay, sorry, apologies.
Thank you so much. Eric, can you put his bio there?
It'll be just the main. Okay. Oh, should I do it here or there, or does it matter? Okay. If it I'll stay here if it pleases the audience. Thank you. My name is Justice Raji. I'm the director of the Reimagine Oregon project, and I come to you today to share a bit about how our project in Oregon has tried to create accountability for government effectiveness and embrace the resilient spirit that Mr. Allen shared and started our day with, that despite the fantastic wealth in the United States, our community has to often fight for everything. We have to fight to achieve, we have to fight to protect. We have to operate with a high level of scrutiny, often with low resources. and we have to, and the stakes are high for our community, and where we are placed in the U.S. and in American society, often what benefits us benefits everyone. So the pressure we put on our government to do what it says, to live up to what we state on paper, and for our elected officials and very importantly our government entities to be effective, not only helps us, but it ultimately makes our country a better place, and hopefully, to the degree we can, our country's impact on the rest of the world better. Not to say that my little work is that expansive, but that is the ethos. That's the motivation under which we operate. I'm not sure if all the slides I've created will be here, so I'm going to do my best to share the piece that I thought was most important for this space now. So to give you some background, Reimagine Oregon is a collective community project that started in the summer of 2020. So in the middle of the global COVID-19 pandemic, in the wake of George Floyd's murder, the community came out robust to express their frustration and their ongoing challenge that our community faced. In response to that, and which were largely led by young people, publicly demonstrating their angst and their challenge, leaders of local organizations that were involved in policymaking, many who had created reports, papers, had pulled in research around things that would make our experience in Oregon and thereby in the country better, said we did not want to have a moment where our elected officials in government would just say, well, we apologize and we're really sad, at least the way you feel. They said, if you want to respond to this moment, we need you to look at the work we've already done to show you what we need. Pick something here that you can work on at whatever level of government you occupy. So whether that's you're a city official, a county official, which I think here would be like a district representative, if you're a state legislator, even our federal delegation, meaning our highest level of government, what here can you help us get done and how fast can you do it? Our project then would go, we're going to keep track, meaning we don't have all the ideas, we're not the only ones that are responsible, but we are going to track this work and see that it gets done. That process started with the hope, if you remember the summer of 2020, I'm not sure how things were here, but in the States we thought, well, maybe COVID's over, and so people came back outside and we had meetings in person, and we thought maybe life was just going to go on. And what actually occurred is the group brought hundreds of elected officials, over 15 different local organizations, and also informal kind of organizing groups that may have been organizing around an issue. And they made a giant table that ended up being about 79 different policy demands, with everything from transportation, police and public safety reform, education reform, health and wellness, housing and houseless services, I said health and wellness, but I'm going to say it again, health and wellness, and also economic development. They matched with organizations, with different electeds. Folks made commitments, and they realized that there was no way all this work was going to get done in 2 or 3 meetings over the summer. So over the next 2.5 years, we continued to meet with those elected officials almost monthly to give us an update on what was your progress, how far have you gone. But the very important part that we did with this project was that conversation happened all together. So we had every level of government that participated, every elected that was there, came into the same room to report not just to maybe in individual meetings, but really in a cross-peer relationship to say, here's where I'm at. And our hope with that was that maybe an elected who worked at the state level, who wouldn't have authority over how a county gets done their business, but they would have influence to say, well, that's important to me, or maybe there's state things that we can do. There may be other resources that can help this issue, and really trying to create a collaborative space, but also a challenging space, because one of the features of the experience is elected officials needed to speak for themselves with the community. meaning they couldn't send a staff member or some other representative. We needed them there because the impact on the community is immediate and vital, and it was very important to the project for there to be direct contact. The piece so that gives you some context of what happened. The goal ultimately was to get as much of the work done in the time that we had, and then for the project itself to start to wrap up and work on implementation. Again, with that entrepreneurial spirit, one of the outcomes of the work was the city of Portland created a ongoing allocation that they wanted to do some type of direct investment in the community with the guidance and in a back and forth relationship with Reimagine Oregon and the organizations that started the work. So that created a annual allocation of $1.9 million that we could hope to build a grant program to help support entrepreneurs, incubator projects, also support organizations that do support for entrepreneurial work, support businesses. We wanted to center the Black community's voice in that work and how that grant was designed. But another feature you may not know about the United States is, despite the things that we experience there, legally, you often cannot limit resources just to the Black community, right? We have to create this program so hopefully we'll meet our needs, but also to protect it, that it will be available to others if they so choose to apply. So that led to, and I'm going to leave out a very long, protracted struggle with power to protect these resources. But in the end, that appropriation was created late in 2021 due to challenging dynamics at the city. There was not actually a person in place to work with me, the community side of the work, to build the grant. And in the last year, after a strong fight, I finally had a counterpart at the city, and we began developing the guidelines, getting the staff at the city, and me bringing in the community voice to create the accountability for the work that would get done. And I'm sharing this, is very important to understand that this is work that's happening right now. And when I get sort of the end of my statements, my speaking here, hopefully I can give you a clearer picture to understand. So the first step that we needed to do was think about the values that the project approached this with, which is that what will benefit the community most, those of us who may have responsibility to see it delivered, need to make space, meaning I don't directly benefit from any of these grant funds. I have no ability to direct or pick winners. We needed to create a process that was transparent. We also needed to help the city find really skilled people who could do the technical work that's required in the way finances, when they come from the government in our system, are under a high level of scrutiny. They are public records, meaning anyone that has concerns can request to see the applications. They can request to see what they said they were going to do. No, here we are. So you can go, maybe just go slides and I'll tell you when to stop. One more slide. I think we covered that. Oh, we'll stop here for a moment. So I spoke earlier about how the project was composed. Like I said, there were organizations that had the expertise and staff who could help with coordinating, documenting, making meetings, Zoom, all of the tools that we needed. Community organizers, particularly making sure, again, some of the young people who were leading the protests and demonstrations were present in this conversation. And then other Black folks with just lived experience that were, whether they had a formal role or not, they had a voice in this process. Next slide. Again, the demands, like I said, covered from, a really broad spectrum of issues. And slide. That's the number and slide. So the place that we landed, again, on economic development is that it was in our view that one of the most challenging needs for black businesses in the United States is access to funds, whether that's startup funds, whether that's funds to grow your business, and especially coming and dealing with the effects of the pandemic, funds to protect and sustain your business are vital. And although in some circumstances, $1.9 million, maybe for one or two businesses is a lot of money. But if you're talking about potentially hundreds of people in need, it doesn't go as far. So you want to try to be thoughtful. And the other thing that's really important to understand, the funds that were allocated for us are sourced from recreational cannabis. I don't know the cannabis rules or how cannabis shows up in Rwanda, but in the States, cannabis was for a long time legally prohibited, and the war on drugs disproportionately impacted our community, meaning that we are policed for similar usage at a much higher rate, and has caused great economic damage to many of our communities. So the goal of sourcing the funds from there, and a part of how they can be used in the city of Portland, is that we can target communities that have had a disproportionate impact in the past to get priority. So we've rooted the grant program on that rule that exists in the city as a way that we can give our community and others an opportunity to access these resources, while also keeping it open and not running into trouble that would prevent anyone from getting support. Next slide. So from there, we started a community engagement process that was intended to determine the grant guidelines, meaning the rules that the city will follow and how these grants will be applied for, how they'll be distributed. We also wanted to create the assessment group that would do the scoring, and also do, as we get to through our first funding, we'll look back at the work that we did and say, how can we make this better? What things do we need to change? What are the areas that we need to strengthen? And then, right, you can go to the next slide. And the other side of this is that we needed to partner with the city. City government has not always been the most effective partner for the black community, and it is a very challenging relationship. And one of the ideas in our project of Reimagine is that we need government to be effective. So even if it has been not the best in the past, we can't afford to allow it to continue to be that way. And we need to fight and help to the degree that's appropriate for government to do better. So we supported the department, it's called Prosper Portland, with their hiring process, but also they participated in our outreach that we did with the community to build these guidelines. Next slide. So I don't expect you to pick all this up, but the slide, I believe, will be shared. But we hired a local company called Brands&L to help us do the outreach. It's actually a black woman-led run company that does work with very much big corporations and large entities. But they ran our focus groups, organized the data, put everything into a report to give us really concise information that the folks that we sampled wanted. And we tried to pull folks from small business owners, folks that are operating in the banking system in Portland, just regular community members that could hold a level of credibility in speaking for a community voice, elected officials, and also folks who have been involved in the work to give us a really broad base of ideas around how can we make this different and also make it effective for our community. Next slide. So there were key themes that came out. And these were important for us because we wanted the grant to speak to the ideas that the entrepreneurs in our area wanted to see and where they needed help. So businesses that reconnect our communities, access to capital, obviously that's why folks are applying for money. Education for wealth creation, so not just funds, but also training, access to mentors and sponsors who can help you not just grow your business or start your business, but maybe do more. The next generation needing prosperity, meaning our younger community being involved in this, not being sequestered or controlled by maybe those who are older or have more access or privilege. That art is culture, that art's being a part of either the projects that people present, seeing culture as a resource and a value that needs to be uplifted, and then informing our grant priorities, because with any level of resources, there becomes a high level of competition to move those funds forward, and we didn't want that to be lost. That we are going to have to, someone's going to have to choose, and some people will not get the resources they want. How do we deal with that? How do we make sure that's fair? Next slide. So, in the end, and the one other detail that was important for the focus groups is we wanted to create a way to get the word out that would hopefully be very informative and would get a lot of the community present in the applications. We initially thought we would maybe get 100, 150 proposals. We ended up with 380 proposals. And in those proposals, as this table shows, folks requested a total of $109 million in grant funding. We did not have that level of resource. We actually only originally had about $5 million, but we made some agreements to move more of the funds. So we ended up being able to disperse, or I should say, the city was able to disperse $6 million in grants. We landed on 31 businesses, 18 nonprofit entities that done some level of economic development or work that has a direct economic impact, and 4 other projects that were nonprofits also, but maybe organizations that didn't have their own entity, so they had to work in partnership with someone else to do their work. This all, again, occurred and is coming to the community in the last 30 days. I was just checking my email. My city counterparts were finishing the contracts for many of the participants and the folks that were awarded grants. And I think this will be one more slide and we can wrap up. The very important thing and why I wanted to share this work here is that as a part of our process as a project is that we need to share and get input and feedback on the work we're doing. We've had to operate in the space of an activist and an organizer working on these things, and then when these rewards or these items have returned to us, as in having to stand up this grant program, we had the responsibility to work and operate in the community's interest, to build something, and then to learn and see what we can do next. We are hopeful as we go to the next year where there'll be less funding, that we'll be able to improve on our performance, get input from more entrepreneurs on how this could be more effective for them, and we want to continue the work. Next slide. So a couple things that you can look out for too. We will be producing a podcast that will tell more of the story of Reimagine Oregon. That'll be getting done later this year. We also have lots of topics that we would like to encourage our academic community to reach out to us, because we are, I'm more of a practitioner of this work than a researcher, but we think there are a lot of very interesting things that occurred that we need the other expertise to look at the work and tell us maybe things that we couldn't see as folks who were operating in real time. And we want to embrace that that's a very important part, that all of these pieces need to work together to get to the society and get to the world that we want. And I think, I'll say the very last thing, we also have a whole other project, because there was another economic set-aside that occurred as a part of this that was much larger than this small grant program, where $62 million were set aside from federal funds during the COVID relief process. And we are looking for folks to work with us to look at how we can look at the data that was generated by that work. And it's a big challenge because we want to make that data usable to the community for further advocacy, because there's data on businesses, community members' needs, health information, but we don't all have all that expertise in-house. We need to find that in our community. So that's you can go to the next slide, and I think it'll just have, if you go to reimagineoregon.org, there's more data or a little bit more on the project, but also when that's updated later this year, you'll have more details on the demands and the findings. The grant program itself is this at the City of Portland. That's the Prosper Portland link. And Brands&Nail is the research partner that helped us do the outreach. And they're a great company. A black woman owns, actually, from Zimbabwe originally. And I wanted to give them credit. I'm hoping in the future we can do something where I can bring all of my counterparts together to share about how we did this, and also be able to share more findings on our process. So thank you.
We have just heard from Justice Raji, who serves as the Executive Director of Reimagine Oregon, which is a public policy advocacy project led by black leaders to begin the end of systematic racism in Oregon. He graduated from the University of Pittsburgh with a Bachelor of Arts in History, and from Maryland University, a Master's of Teaching. Justice is Vice Chair of the Beaverton School Board and the Secretary of the Williams Russell CDC. Our next, let me get my detail. Our next speaker, Dr. Gabriel Bonimama, has a PhD in Education Management from Holy State University in Pennsylvania, Master's of Business Administration, Logistics and Supply Chain Management from National Institute of Management in India, Master's in Education Management from Kabale University in Uganda. His affiliation is with the East African University of Rwanda, where he serves as Director of Research, Consultancy, and Innovation, and is a senior lecturer. For the past year and 3 months, he has been working tirelessly to organize the Cimpad International Conference. He's had the privilege of working alongside of various actors that serve as co-chair in his capacity for the conference planning committee, and he has a distinguished biographical background that we're going to share with you at this time. Dr. Bonimama is a distinguished figure known in Rwanda and beyond for his multifaceted contributions to academia, entrepreneurship, and community development. With a career spanning over several years, he has demonstrated unwavering commitment to fostering positive change and innovation in various sectors. Currently, Dr. Bonimama holds the position of Director of Research, Consultancy, and Innovation at East African University in Rwanda. In this capacity, he spearheads efforts to drive research excellence, foster innovation, and enhance academic consultancy services to address societal challenges and promote sustainable development. He serves as the Director of Research at the Rwanda Writers Federation, where he oversees initiatives that promote reading and writing competitions across educational institutions in Rwanda, including universities. As the Director of Corporate Research at the Corporate Institute of Strategic Research Global, he continues to prestigious international organizations known for awarding honorary degrees to individuals who have made significant contributions to their communities and beyond. He is a fellow at the Charter Institute of Logistics and Transportation and Transport, recognizing his expertise and commitment to the logistics and transport sector. Dr. Bonimama has served honored with a doctoral degree from the Corporate Institute of Strategic Research Global for his exceptional achievement and contributions. He is also a member of GFAN Africa, Global Fund Advocates Network in Africa, where he advocates for global health and development initiatives across the continent. Additionally, he is a board member of Shine Rwanda, a local NGO dedicated to empowering communities and promoting sustainable development within the country. He also works at Kampala University in Uganda, where he plays a supervisory role, particularly in overseeing master's students. Furthermore, serving as the managing director, CEO, and founder of Sober Club, a community benefit company based in Rwanda, he leads initiatives aimed at promoting sobriety, community engagement, and social impact. Under his leadership, Sober Club has emerged as a pioneer forcing advocacy for healthier lifestyles and environmental stewardship. He is the author of the book, The Power of Keeping Sober, which guides sober clubs in their meetings as one of key resources on sobriety. In addition to his role at Sober Club, Dr. Bonimama serves as entrepreneurship expert with CEFE International, a German-based international company where he contributes his expertise to the Enable Project in collaboration with the former Belgium cooperation. This role allows him to leverage his extensive knowledge and experience to support entrepreneurship development and economic empowerment initiatives. Prior to his current roles, he served as a member of parliament in the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of Rwanda, where he played a pivotal role in shaping legislative agendas and policies to advance the interests of the Rwandan people. His dedication to public service and governance has left a lasting impact on the country's political landscape. His academic journey includes positions as lecturer, head of department, and associate dean of postgraduate studies at the University of Kigali, where he played a key role in shaping the academic curriculum, mentoring students, and fostering academic excellence. Additionally, he served as a consultant lecturer at Mount Kenya University, Rwanda, contributing his expertise to the education sector on a part-time basis. Throughout his career, he has been a tireless advocate for education, entrepreneurship, and social innovation, embodying the values of leadership, integrity, and community service. His visionary leadership and unwavering dedication continue to inspire positive change and transformation in Rwanda and beyond. In today's presentation on social enterprises and investment in entrepreneurship, a case for reimagining Oregon and Sober Club, our colleagues provide insights into the collaboration efforts between Reimagine Oregon, a public policy project led by Black leaders to end systemic racism in Oregon, and Sober Club, which advocates for community well-being. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Gabriel Bonimana.
Thank you so much, Chair. Can you now slide my presentation? Well, first of all, slide the topic, because maybe some people may not have seen it. The topic is under the theme Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Development, and I worked it closely with Justice Dagi, who was already presented, and it is enterprises and investment in entrepreneurship, a case of Reimagine Oregon and Sober Club. Actually, we worked on this since yesterday, because I had also a presentation, he has also heard. Then we said, let's combine and talk about social enterprise. Now you can go to the other slide. Next. Yeah, Sober Club is a dedicated social enterprise deeply committed to community well-being to address critical issues of substance abuse within our community, utilizing the power of keeping sober as a cornerstone resource. Patience, can you give me that book? Because it is there. It is a book that I wrote that fights against drugs, fights against consumption of excessive alcohol, and its title is The Power of Keeping Sober. With our American friend, I wanted to inform you that this book now is in the biggest library in the world. And I think you know it. What is the biggest library in the world? An American can guess. It is in Washington, D.C. Yeah, Library of Congress. Yes, it is now there. Unfortunately, the copy which is there is the Kinyarwanda version. The English version is here. But, yeah, is here. You can still take it. But actually, on Monday, somebody from Kenya who works for Library of Congress comes to buy so many books in Kinyarwanda. Then when he reached here, they told him that there are also English versions. So he wanted to buy them, but the number he wanted could not accommodate because I had a few. So we had to print, and because he wanted the evidence that he bought from Sober Club, and I was here, and he wanted also to meet me. So she left the secretary of Library of Congress has also an office here. She's called Elizabeth. So Elizabeth called me yesterday that after conference, he will also buy English copies. So Americans who could not buy copies here, it is $20. Still, don't worry, you will get it in hard copy in the Library of Congress. They will be there in plenty. So the book, after launching it, I said that since the culture of reading, you know, in Kinyarwanda, you say Rwandan is like drinking. They don't like reading. And I translate. And here in Kinyarwanda, I say, Abanyarwanda bakunda gusoma, ntibakunda gusoma. Yeah, the first gusoma means drinking. Then the second gusoma means reading. And the culture, we want to dismantle it. That is why I was appointed Director of Research at Rwanda Writers and Federation, which organizes reading competition in universities but also in schools. And we want to ensure that at least they read. Now, as we are pushing with this culture, I said, let me create a social enterprise, because it can allow me to do some social businesses. And I called it Sober Club, which was created after I have launched this book. This book was launched on 12th November 2023, that is last year. That date is a historical date for me, because I always organize a mini conference and I present a book. And that day, I always celebrate my anniversary of sobriety. So that is why, for example, on 12th November this year, 2024, I will also be presenting another book, which is now, I have finished it, is being reviewed by experts, and I will present it, and it is called Entrepreneurship with Success. And in Kinyarwanda, it is called Hanga Umurimo Wunguka. I always write in Kinyarwanda. Then later, after getting information from readers, then I translate. Next slide. The objectives, the Sober Club services that we provide, patients, is it possible to get this pull-up? Is it movable? Because there I cannot read easily. Maybe I'm losing my sight. You can just put it here, then I comment when I see it. Okay, thank you so much. Can I stand here for cameramen? They know which position, because we move it towards there. Mine will be short because everything will be clear here. Thank you. So our key services, we fight against drug abuse using the book of The Power of Keeping Sober, and we advise in visa processing, work or study abroad, like in Canada, USA, Europe, and Mauritius. You have signed strategic MOUs with some institutions, with some friends, with some NGOs, and this service is possible. But before we give you this service, we ensure that you are a sober club member, and we ensure that when you go there, you will not be addicted. We also organize a sober trip with sober club members so that we relax. We also network for PhD and master's scholarship abroad, because we have friends, we have universities, we have companies that we have signed the MOUs abroad that offer such services, and then we network them and we help our members to go and study abroad. We offer global certification, including honorary doctoral award, honoris causa, in partnership with Corporate Institute of Strategic Research Global. One of the people we are awarding this 28th June is Dr. Hajawachiga Jean Bosco. Are you there? You can stand up. Can you clap for him? I will not read his bio, but he can still stand up, because I remember Dr. Hajawachiga Jean Bosco, for example, recently has given 4 jobs to East African University graduate, because he has the international school. He has also a big church, international church actually, that can accommodate 2,000 members. And Dr. Rick, I think you will not complain, because initially you were to go and preach there, but because of our congested schedule, we took you to a Presbyterian church in Rwanda, which is here in Kigali. But now you see your first choice. Do you see him there? Maybe you will shake hands. Do you see Dr. Hajawachi? Can you come and they see you? So he has created the NGO. He has given jobs to many people. He traveled. He spent 20 years in USA and in Canada. So he has network. So for us, awarding him a honorary doctoral degree, it was logical. And we cooperate with this Corporate Institute Strategic Research Global that offers honorary doctoral award. And please, you can pass by our table there, and if maybe you want us to be awarded and be called doctors, you know, but you shall not put PhD. PhD is for me and for some others here, few men. Then we organize some competition. You can see that here there is a cup. Actually here we had organized sober competition at the University of Rwanda, and the winner was the School of Medicine. We worked with universities. They play, because you cannot fight addiction or drug just by words. You need to put it in practice. So we organize competition. People will play as usual, but with a mind that they should avoid drug abuse. Then during such kind of honorary, this is international ceremony, because it is online. You have participants from USA, from Canada, from Europe, in Africa here, and I put on the gown then we celebrate and we award them. But that is one of the services. Otherwise, the CICL Global trains and gives all types of certificates. And the advantage of getting these honoris causa, we connect you to a formal university, because we normally award such honor awards to people who have masters, and from masters we connect you to other universities. So our achievement, to conclude, we have sponsored the 5th year UR graduation, because we gave 1 million Rwandan franc to 2 top students. We have got technical and material support from RWANDA Biomedical Center. That is why wherever we have an exhibition, we also portray its banner. We have organized anti-football competition in universities. We have partnered with Yes Rwanda in the anti-drug project funded by World Health Organization in Burera district, and we have sponsored this Cimpad International Conference. So when you see our banner, the banner showing Sober Club, we have put some money there, and we shall even continue supporting the other entrepreneurship, the other women, youth entrepreneurship and innovation fund. And also we have signed strategic MOUs with partners, embassies, companies, NGOs, universities, churches, and philanthropists, especially philanthropists who can give back. And when we get this money, we don't pay taxes. Instead, we reinvest it, and we ensure that we also give back to the needy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions for this session, but feel free to contact any of the speakers during our break time to answer any of your questions. Let's give all our speakers again another round of applause. Well done, everybody. So now I'll turn the microphone over. It's not gonna happen. Yes, ma'am.
We are still waiting for one group, but in the meantime, chairs from different rooms, please, you can occupy the seats. Chairs. Dr. Harvey. Dr. Rosa. Dr. Sebuhuzu. have one group, but I think we can start. We'll start and then they'll join us. So we'll start with the first group. And the first group was chaired by Dr. Harvey, and the secretary was Leslie. And they were talking, they had 4 topics by Dr. David, Reverend Rick, Mr. Justin, and Dr. Gamariel. Yeah. So she will summarize the 4 topics as we are waiting for the other members.
Good afternoon. So there were 3 people in our first session that was in this room, and I'm going to have to ask the presenters to stand as I summarize, because you may have to fill in the blanks, because my plan was to fill in the blanks before we came up here, but I didn't have any transition time. So the first presenter was Dr. David Bell, and the presentation title was Environment, Sustainable Governance, SDG, and Social License. And there was a subcategory, and I didn't write that down. I left my sheet at the, okay. And so he presented a PowerPoint presentation. It was basically a call to action presentation describing how collaborative efforts are key drivers for reaching SDG goals by 2030. His research questions centered around social justice, and during his presentation, he described the methods used and ended with the results. The findings of this research, and this is where I'm going to hand it off, one sentence summary of what your findings were.
And we looked at each of those countries in terms of the preparedness for their civil society organizations to be part of the discussion of the debates that go when there's that kind of economic development going on. And we found them prepared to varying degrees of readiness in terms of the structures that the laws of the state and their financial positions allow.
Thank you. Our second presenter was Mr. Justice Raji. If you could stand, please. The title of his presentation was Social Enterprises and Investment in Entrepreneurship. He shared with us how the state of Oregon faced barriers pre-COVID, and a Reimagine Oregon campaign was launched as a result. And this campaign was made up of elected officials, local organizing groups, and other officials. And the work lasted for 2.5 years. Again, you'll have to correct me if I capture something incorrectly, for up to 2.5 years to address the social injustices in Oregon. He described the specific steps that was taken, which included transparency, garnering support, and other ideas that they used to make this effort a success. He focused on how they accessed a grant of funds to be used to help support their work. The target for the grant, the population targeted to protect, I'm sorry. The grant that he used to support populations that have been disproportionately impacted by social injustices through partnerships in the community. His key themes described were shared on the website, and he gave us the website named reimagineoregon.com if you wanted to learn more. And so now I'm going to let Mr. Raji correct anything that I have written.
Absolutely. The primary point I wanted to share in this space was the project generated response from the government and from authority that we needed to then also be stewards to create programs, in this case a grant program at the City of Portland, that would provide resources for entrepreneurs to do any number of business ideas, but also having a lens that they would need to provide benefits to the community. But we needed to find a way to do that with partnership with the city and with the community being able to see the process and know that it was fair and that we could continue to build on it as we go further, and among a whole lot of other pieces. But that was the big one.
Thank you. And our last presenter was Gamriel Bonamana. Gamriel, can you wave your hand for everybody to see you? He serves as Director of Research at East African University of Rwanda, and his presentation was related to the work that he's doing from Sober Club, which is an organization that he founded. He defined what the Sober Club is all about, and which is to promote sobriety. So there is a large support group. He described the book that he has written that is in several languages right now. And he described his services that was provided by Sober Club. Detailed information that is on his banner at the backstage where the book is being on sale for $20 is summarizes the presentation that he gave. And Dr. Gamriel, if you have additional information you want to share about your summary, this is the time to do that. Okay, so that was good enough. All right, so that was our group.
Thank you very much for that good presentation and summary of what was happening in this room. Kindly, let's applause for them, for the good work. The Rwanda. I'm not taking that. The Rwandan clap. So the next group, please.
Thank you. In our group, it was the track in entrepreneurship, education, general culture. We have 3
presenters.
The first is Master Alain Amani Mansi. Where is Mansi? Mansi, please stand up. You know him? He is Mansi. So he studied a topic. The topic is determining of investors' participation on the Rwanda Stock Exchange. So he made a research with a population of 188 investors. The problem is that there is lack of participation in the Rwandan Stock Exchange. Why? Maybe it is taking the place for foreigners in this business. So the problem he actually tried to solve is to determine what are the factors that are affecting the stock exchange market. And there are three of these. One is financial literacy, lack of financial literacy. Now, the next is social network. We need to improve in this. And the next one is the government support. So I will invite Mansi to tell us in 1 minute only what is your conclusion about it and how we can improve this Rwandan Stock Exchange.
Thank you so much. After analyzing those 3 aspects, financial literacy, as social networks, and the government support, we have seen that if we combine all those variables, it can make sense, or just it can boost Rwanda Stock Exchange participation. Then for the findings, we have seen that it contributes significantly, positively to the Rwanda Stock Exchange. Then, but there was some recommendations like educating government to empower those, to sensitize people to invest at Rwanda Stock Exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansi. Other recommendation in the group was that the university must promote through their faculties of business, faculties of marketing and tourism, more literacy, more literature, so the people can be ready with the knowledge and to invest in this set. So the next one is the two ones were researched in tourism. The next is Mrs. Mary Fidela Hajimana Umotoniwase. Where is Fidela? Fidela is there. So before to give her for a minute, actually, no, this is the second, sorry, it is the third one. The second one is Dominic. Master Dominic is there. So they actually have a special program analyzing the contribution of local communities to the development of community-based tourism in Rwanda. A case of study, Kitabi Cultural Village. So the tourism not be only based in Gorillas Park or Akagera Park. So those are actually expensive, especially for, and the target is for the foreigners in a special way, but they are implementing another kind of tourism. It is like community-based tourism, because they recognize that the tourism is a major driver of global economic growth. So what they have is the communities who are near to the parks. In this case, Kitabi Community Village, Cultural Village, is before to reach Nyungwe Park. What are they doing is preparing the people. They are trying to prepare the people to receive tourists, okay? So some of them are also providing accommodation, and they are interacting with the tourists, and it is the way how they can also get like a source of income for the community. So there is not only Kitabi, they actually created another one, is Banda Cultural Village. I will give to Dominic 1 minute only to make the conclusions about this community-based tourism.
Thank you so much. The conclusion is that community-based tourism in Rwanda needs more support, simply because if these communities are not supported, they will be the one who will be destroying these natural resources, such as national parks that we have. And the support that we as a researcher we are looking for is the capacity building and training. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you. The third one is Fidela and Hajimana Umotoniwase. Actually, she has a special topic, is with the title Strategic for Promoting Domestic Tourism to Foster General Tourism Growth and Ensure Sustainable Practices. A case of study, Adventure Lowers Limited. Adventure Lowers is what she's promoting. So after the pandemic, they realized that once the airport was closed, nobody came out to Rwanda, so the sources were decreasing. So in that year, the Rwanda lost around 300 million USD. It's a lot of money. So they realized that there is no other source in tourism. So therefore, they actually are launching the domestic tourism. How they do? It is simple, because in Rwanda, there are people who would like to visit some places without paying. You go to the gorillas, you have to pay really a big amount, even for Rwandans. Or you go to Akagera Park, also is the same issue. So they know many places that they is not needed to pay. They have to guide them to prepare everything, to move groups in a simple way, even using public transportation, and they are they are providing them a very nice visiting for 1, 2, even for more days, and she can tell us in conclusion what actually is the benefit and how adventure lovers are doing in Rwanda. They have still only 6 months of the creation of this somehow entrepreneur business in tourism, but now she realized that it is growing, using the social media, it is getting good impact.
Thank you. I'm one of the owners of Adventure Lovers. It's an initiative that has been started last year when we have read reports from RDB and we have noticed that because of COVID-19, Rwanda has lost big amount of revenue due to that people were not able to travel. So then we look also on the side of domestic tourism and we ask ourselves why local people are not traveling. And we have noticed that one of the challenge is affordability, but also mindset. So we started Adventure Lovers and it's encouraging young generation to travel on affordable price, but also be able to spot new places. Because people, they just know that we travel to Akagera, we go to Nyungwe, but there are other popular places, unpopular places people can visit and enjoy, but also protect environment. So as a conclusion from my presentation was that there is very much need of supporting initiative that promotes local or domestic tourism, but it also ensures sustainability, because for us as adventure lovers, we make sure that for anything we do, it has a component on environmental protection, be it planting trees or any other in collaboration with the local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidela. Thank you, Fidela. Thank you for the 3 speakers in our group.
Okay, thank you so much. It is our honor to present to you what we had in our areas. We had the 3 presenters. The first one who presented is Prof. Antoine Nyagahene. Prof. Antoine Nyagahene, I can request him to stand up so that you can see him. So he's there already. He presented a project he's having. There is a project he wants to start. The project is about the title of the project is Hosakpek, and it is a project that is going to start, and the project will be dealing with the alienation, mental alienation of Africans that was caused by colonialists when they just came. They left, they just introduced their culture, then our culture was changed. Then we are still having impact of their teachings. So his project is a good project, he presented it. It is a project that is going to see how really mental alienation can just be reduced for sustainability growth of Africans. That was the first presentation. The second presentation was just presented by Valerie. Valerie, she's already there. She's seated there. I request her to stand up so that you can see her. It was a nice topic. The topic was toward creating a conducive workplace environment for women empowerment in South African public services. She has presented different ways of introducing or creating a conducive environment for women so that they can be empowered. It was a nice topic, and she ended by saying that really women should be involved in all areas of administration. In everywhere, they are supposed to be involved in leadership, in politics, in everything, so that really empowerment can be seen. If women are empowered, we will be having a sustainable development, economic sustainable development in our countries. The last presenter was, it is a topic that was presented by two people. It is, those are just, it was presented by Dr. Gatsinzi Patrick and Jesse Nanyumba. They are two. So they can stand up if Jesse is around, because I didn't see, though it is written by two people, but we did not see Patrick. Jesse was around. Where is Jesse? He's here. So their topic was rethinking education for entrepreneurship innovation for self-employment and sustainability development in Rwanda. This was a nice topic. They discussed, he discussed about the role of innovation, of education in towards having students who can graduate with the skills of innovation. And the results showed that our students are graduating without skills in entrepreneurship. So they are graduating with little skills in entrepreneurship. They recommended our universities to see how we can just make it better, improving our curriculum, and see how really curriculum can just be a curriculum that can inspire students to become entrepreneurs. They also recommended to see how these schools, the universities that we are having, can pertain with the other business companies, so that students can have practical experiences, can be sent to those companies to gain practical skills, because schools may not be able to have all practical skills needed. So that was the second presentation, the third presentation. The third presentation also was very good. All presentations was really inspiring. It was very nice for us. We enjoyed, and we really clap for all who presented in our areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that summary of what was done, but I think the clap was not good for what the work done. So I would request again we do the Rwandan clap. So thank you very much. I would like to give Belize Umuhoza 1 minute. You summarize your research. Only 1 minute, please. Come forward, Belize. Her topic was not covered, and that is why we need to do justice for her effort. So I'm going to give her 1 minute to summarize.
Good morning. I'm Miss Belize Umuhoza. I'm a recent graduate from East African University, and I'm a travel consultant at Miss Rwanda Safaris. I'm also a founder and CEO of Zabel Boutique. So I'm really grateful for this time. My first paper presentation, which I didn't get time to present, but I'm still honored to just summarize. The topic was effects of ecotourism on community development, and the case study was Nyungwe National Park. I just felt so compelled to choose this topic, and I was also helped by my mentor, Gamariel, because tourism is one of the sectors that adds more to the economy of Rwanda. And ecotourism being one form of tourism that is like developing first, and also communities around the national parks rely on. So the problem was the imbalance of Nyungwe's ecosystem and inequitable development of the communities. So I looked at backgrounds, how Rwanda has come, how it has retrieved the national parks, and Nyungwe National Park being one of them, and how it has introduced programs like green growth. When you get in Kigali, you can see it's all green, being one of the programs that we thank this government for. And I won't go too much. The population was 120 people, including the staff of Nyungwe National Park, and one of the community members who work in the tea plantations and factory and coffee plantations. The results, the influence of conservation on biodiversity in selected areas of Rwanda, the socio-economic impact of ecotourism on local communities, and in the conclusions, ecotourism is associated with positive outcomes contributing to increased conservation attempts and showing potential benefits for endangered species. And ecosystem emerges as a driver of diverse socioeconomic benefits for local communities, ranging from income expansion, improved infrastructure, to cultural preservation and empowerment, mostly for women cooperatives around the Nyungwe National Park. And despite the challenges of the study, we revealed instances of successful initiatives indicating the potential for ecotourism to be a catalyst for positive change in both conservation and community development. So I'm still excited to present my paper in a room full of professors. I request for more ideas, because compared, if I would to judge myself, compared to the presentation I've watched and experienced, I need more to learn than to stand and present in front of you. And I welcome your ideas. I'll try to get in touch with whoever would be around to help as a graduate, looking forward for masters and more researchers. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Let's give credit to this young researcher. She needs that to be mentored, and she really asked for mentorship. So let's clap the Rwanda Club for her. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I will not have closed this session without giving her a chance, because I know she's a young researcher that we need to help her to grow. So without further ado, I will wish to call Mr. Kasaija. Mr. Kasaija, where are you? So Mr. Kasaija will come and give us details or communique of what will be happening next. Welcome, Mr. Kasaija. So, as Mr. Kasaija is preparing, I would like to ask our foreign friends to give us at least one word in Kinyarwanda that they've learned since they came here. So that they don't leave this place without knowing anything. So, no.
Collaboration. What is collaboration in your language?
Collaboration. Yeah.
Ubufatanye.
Ubufantanye.
My rapper.
Imana, bless you.
Oh.
I learned words yesterday, but I can't remember any of them. So, Nikta, I think that means my name is Nikwa.
My
Okay.
name, Nitwa.
My Nikwa as Leslie.
More cozy.
Murakoze ukoleneza.
No, Kinyarwanda. Only one, any word that you learned, one word.
Okoro.
Meza.
Oh, I got this. Imana.
Nyaramutse.
Nyaramutse.
Murakose Shane.
Imana Ibuji Mokisha.
I can see we've learned. Who else? Any other foreign? So, if...
Ikaze Rwanda.
Wow. So thank you very much that at least you've learned one new word. And, how could you forget? How could I forget you?
I'm gonna remember these brothers. They sold me out. I was over here hiding. Ubu Ashatazi. Ubi Shakasasi. Research, I'm trying to say.
So let me wind up on that session. We'll come back. Mr. Kasaija is ready. So
Thank you, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you a distinguished guest we have in the room who has played a very important role for success of this conference, Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Development, to happen. We have an important guest in the room, and that is Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda. We had in our program planned to have him to give the closing remarks, but because of his tight schedule, we want him to come and address the audience, and thereafter our business shall continue as planned. Kindly join me to welcome the Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, Professor Didas, to come and address us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Yes, I have some minutes to get out of the morning. A very good morning to you all. My apologies still that I'm cutting you short from how we had planned the morning to go, or the whole day to go. And thank you very much for the organizers for allowing me this time to address you and then rush out for other commitments. As you have been informed, I'm Didas Mugang Kaihura. I'm the Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, which is one of the partners to the organization of this event. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to be with you fully as I had wished, especially during the opening when I had to present to you and welcome you. And it's unfortunate that I'm coming now as I say farewell, which is not always the best for me. The president of Cimpad, Dr. Peggy Valentine, Prof. Kabera, I think he informed me that he will be away for other duties as well. The Vice Chancellor, EAUR, colleagues, Vice Chancellors of the partner universities, if present, Deputy Vice Chancellors, again, if present. I know I've caught you short of, and I think maybe some are still busy elsewhere. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, valued participants, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning once again. As I said, it's unfortunate that I'm now speaking when you are about to close, something that I wouldn't have wished. I wished I could be with you at the opening, where I would be welcoming you to Rwanda, to the University of Rwanda in particular, where we are seated, and to the city of Kigali, to which I happen to be also the president. I'm the chairman of the Council of State of Kigali, and so I would hope that those of you who came to Rwanda, either for the first time, but also those who came not for the first time, but coming outside Rwanda, you will have a very, and you have had a very enjoyable stay in Rwanda, and particularly in Kigali, city of Kigali. And those of you, of course, who haven't had a chance of touring around, I hope even though we are coming to a close, you'll have ample time after your busy schedules of these 2.5 days or 3 days to tour around and enjoy more of Kigali. So as we draw to a certain, we draw the curtains of this remarkable international research conference on entrepreneurship for sustainable development. I am filled with immense pride and gratitude for those spirited discussions that took place right from the day one. Insightful presentations and profound collaborations that have characterized your time here together is self-inspiring. Over the past few days, that is 2.5 days now, you have delved into critical aspects of entrepreneurship that are pivotal to fostering sustainable development globally, regionally, and of course locally here. You shared the experiences from your respective countries, from your respective disciplines, and all have been enriching. When I was reading from the program and what you tackled, I noted that in track 1, you focused on innovation and sustainable business practices, and you have learned a lot of innovative approaches and environmentally conscious business practices that can not only drive profitability, but also contribute significantly to the sustainability agenda. I was so much interested, even though I did not have enough time to be with you. Those of you who do not know, my background is business law, and more specifically, corporate governance. And so it had a lot to do with much of what was discussed here, even though I didn't have an opportunity to present something before you. But it was quite enriching to me, and when I was reading the contributions from each presenters, they were all coming in a way connecting to what my interests are. The recommendations from this track emphasizes the need for the continuous innovation, adoption of green technologies, and the integration of sustainable practices into core business strategies. I have in particular enjoyed the presentation, the last part of it. When I got in, of course I sat behind there, but I was following what you were presenting, especially capturing what presenters had presented and them presenting the final summaries, concluding remarks. Under track 2, we noted that it's centered around the policy and governance for entrepreneurship, and highlighted the indispensable role of supportive policy frameworks in nurturing entrepreneurial ecosystems. These discussions underscored the importance of policy coherence, regulatory clarity, and proactive government support to enable entrepreneurship to flourish. Any of these mentioned when left out, of course, entrepreneurship cannot be. Again, as a regulator in my other capacities, I know what regulatory frameworks contribute in the success of each of these. Recommendations from this track emphasize the need for governments to streamline regulations, providing incentives for entrepreneurship, and foster collaborations between public and private sectors. In a way, what I noted, even from the beginning, when I was reading how it was structured, I could see that each is feeding into and fitting into the other. And then track 3 talks about the access to finance and membership and mentorship emerged as the crucial factors in empowering aspiring entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. Of course, without this, entrepreneurship cannot be. We always talk about entrepreneurship with our students, with our peers, colleagues, faculty, but again, they always highlight that without financing and access to finances and that kind of empowerment, it cannot be. One wonders whether you should have finance first and have entrepreneurial idea or spirit after, or whether you need to have entrepreneurial spirit, ideas first, and then look for various ways of accessing these finances. And the discussion is never having an end. We have explored innovative financing mechanisms, the role of mentorship in nurturing entrepreneurial talent, and the importance of inclusive access to financial resources. at our university, the University of Rwanda, where we have College of Business and Economics, but also several other colleges, when you meet with students having some projects, they always be complaining, we have great ideas, but we always face a very big challenge of accessing to finance. And now, how can we get access to those finances? You probably ably discussed about this, and I cannot say more about it. But we note that the recommendations call for enhancing financial literacy, because having finances is one thing and sustaining it or even appropriately using the finances acquired is another thing. We've also seen that expanding access to venture capital and establishing mentorship programs that can cater to diverse entrepreneurial needs are all crucial. Today, I'm sure that there are those of us who learned about venture capital just right here during the conference. And that's even a great take home. Under the track 4, we focused on entrepreneurship and public policy, revealing how public policy can be leveraged to create an enabling environment. Again, it links up very well with the regulatory framework we talked about earlier for entrepreneurial ventures. Discussions emphasized the role of public-private partnerships, policy innovations labs, and evidence-based policy making in driving entrepreneurial-led growth. Recommendations from this track included fostering collaboration among policymakers, academia, and industry to co-create policies that support entrepreneurship. As a university, and from my own perspective as the University of Rwanda, we always, being the only public university in Rwanda, we always have to fight with policymakers. I'm sorry, those of you who are from the policymakers part, and challenging them, telling them that they don't have, I don't know whether it's appropriate to say it so, they don't have the authority to go sit somewhere, draft policies without requesting us to support in our capacities as researchers, academia. A policy needs to be, thank you. Policies need to be informed about our findings. When they may think of a certain policy, but before they think of drafting it, let them give us the opportunity to do what we master best, what we master most. And then from what we gather, from what we assemble, then we inform them on how they can progress with their policy formulations. Under track 5, we delved into entrepreneurship, education, culture, and gender, exploring how education and cultural norms influence entrepreneurial aspirations and outcomes. Under this, you discussed strategies to promote entrepreneurial education from an early age, tackle gender disparities in entrepreneurship, and create inclusive entrepreneurial cultures that celebrate diversity. Of course, I'm sure those of you who came from academia, from higher learning institutions, you know the biggest challenge you have now is producing many graduates who will end up failing to get jobs. And unless we match entrepreneurial spirit with our education, preparing our students to getting to that appropriately, we shall always be blamed for not preparing our students to be, adaptive to the realities outside. Because we know our governments, especially in the part of Africa, in Africa, most of countries cannot. I believe it is the same elsewhere, but at different magnitudes. We produce more graduates than those who can access jobs. And so the only solution is us preparing our students not to just simply be graduate as job seekers, but those who can create jobs even for those who haven't yet graduated or who didn't get even the opportunity to come to get to the universities. And so preparing our students is very critical for them to know. And I believe each and every university now has gotten to that. I hope, I don't know whether you did, but simply just if you move down a few meters away from here, we have what we call the Unipod. Some of you have seen it in the social media across Africa, because I think I knew it more from social media, from those who visited who are foreign, than the way I could visit it regularly and understand what it does. I believe some of you have seen that. What is done there, students come and table their ideas, try their ideas, then they get mentors and then they prepare them. So many companies have been born out of that, and we believe everyone is adding on his or her efforts to that kind of ambition. As we reflect on the wealth of knowledge shared across these diverse tracks, it is clear that entrepreneurship is not just about creating businesses. It is also about catalyzing sustainable development, fostering innovation, and empowering communities. The recommendations generated from each track serve as roadmap for policymakers, educators, business leaders, and entrepreneurs alike as we navigate the complex landscape of sustainable development. So I urge all stakeholders, those present here and those who will follow what we discussed here later, to take these insights and recommendations forward, collaborating across disciplines and borders to translate ideas into impactful actions. As universities and academic institutions, we are always blamed for writing a lot, which we cannot translate into actions. So our recommendations should be drawn in a clear, in a way that if it is meant for policymakers, they can easily take them out and be able to implement them. If it is meant for ourselves like in academia, we should be able to really translate what we've recommended into actions. If it is meant for the civil societies and other stakeholders, they should also be able to easily translate them into actionable progresses. Cimpad has made a significant impact on people's lives, especially even if we count from where we are now. At least, even myself, I first got to know about Cimpad the day Prof. Kabera came to me to introduce me to what you were trying to put together for this very event. And of course, out of that, each and every one of us who got to know Cimpad had to research more about what Cimpad is doing. So we really acknowledge that you have impacted on people's lives, looking at young entrepreneurs who shared about their journeys, supported by Cimpad. And we know many more stories will come from Rwanda about the impact it has made on the lives of young entrepreneurs. We do appreciate in a special way, from the Rwandan perspective, that your emphasis is mainly on youth and women. The two in Rwanda here, and I'm sure you've read about that, in Rwanda, women, we call them don't touch. Simply facilitate them to do. We know they have all they can do, and if they are given the opportunity to do it, they can even do it much better than men can. I don't know whether as academia we will have to investigate that and confirm all, but we believe in Rwanda that women, once given the opportunity, the space, they can do much better than even men can do. Let us continue to champion, thank you. Let us continue to champion entrepreneurship as a force for positive change, driving towards a future where sustainable development is not just a goal, but a shared reality. Thank you to our speakers, participants, organizers, especially the sponsors, for making this conference a possibility and a resounding success. Your contributions, enthusiasm, and support has made this conference lively and engaging. Together, let us build a world where entrepreneurship thrives and sustainable development flourishes for the generations to come. And as I said at the beginning, for those of you who came to Rwanda, by the way, I should have started by, since I wasn't here at the beginning, and I told you I always enjoy speaking at the opening, because that's what gives me the impression of what the event will be. Unfortunately now, I believe some have left, and I will not get the exact picture of what it was from the beginning, may I know, I'm sorry, for the not leaving to the protocols, Cimpad delegation, Dr. Peggy, may you rise up with your delegation from Cimpad. Round of applause. We thank you very much. We thank you for thinking about us, thinking about Africa, thinking about entrepreneurship, because this is the only way we can develop. We know, we say, we act. Someone, I was reading it, this was unfortunate though. Someone wrote that in Africa we act, and somewhere else, I will not mention where, they think. But through Cimpad efforts, you are enabling us to also think and have the possibility to act. So we shouldn't be exclusively actors, but we can as well merge it with thinking. You enabled all these participants to think and express their thinking, what they've done, and this is thanks to your efforts. Thank you very much. I also note that, yes, once again, thank you so much. Thank you. We have a delegation, delegations from other countries, and I'm sorry if I don't exhaust them. Maybe Peter will help me and other organizers will help me to mind me. But I noticed that we have the delegation from Malawi. Yes. Wonderful. Welcome. Welcome. Unfortunately, I don't know any language there that I could speak to say thank you and welcome, but we really thank you for having participated. From Uganda. It's a delegation made up of one delegate, or there are some who are, there are two. Great, you are welcome. I don't know which part of Uganda you came from, but I know I could speak at least one language from there. I'm just avoiding to speak that language because I'm not sure where you came from in Uganda. But at least, welcome. Karibu is, I think, common in East Africa. Delegation from Zimbabwe. We don't have any from Zimbabwe? I read it was... sorry? South Africa? Yes. Wow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Some few days ago, I had been taught how I could say welcome in Zulu. But I'm sorry. It was so hard for me that I cannot now remember it. Any other delegation from outside Rwanda? Yeah, sorry?
Sabona, Prof.
Sabona. Yes. Sabona, Prof. Thank you so much. I shouldn't be really...
Sabona, Prof.
Again?
Sawubona.
Sawubona.
Yebo.
Yebo.
Ninjani.
You see? Mea culpa, because I should be mastering that because of how many times, of the many times I visit South Africa. Any other delegation from outside Rwanda that I'm forgetting? It's not intentional. Chad. Bienvenue. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Oh, I must say, there must have been a lesson, in Kinyarwanda lesson here. The way I'm hearing these words. And did you present in French? You should have given us that opportunity. You know, I shouldn't say we miss French, but those of us who can, yeah? Please, always welcome. So, other participating institutions from AUCA? Thank you. Big delegation. Thank you so much. Thank you for partnering. And I'm saying this very importantly, and Cimpad should take the credit that it is not quite often that we meet jointly in such conferences, public university and private universities. Yes, I know, and coming as institutions. I know when we have international conferences, individuals may come, but this time you enabled us to jointly co-organize and participate. It was so critical and very crucial. We appreciate. From ULK, wonderful. Thank you. I think when I arrived, Manzi was telling us some stories about his works. Thank you for participating. And of course, the principal organizers, along with Cimpad, is East African University. The East African University, Rwanda, the delegation. And this time you have to, even though you are the organizers, but we have to welcome you to Kigali and to the University of Rwanda in particular. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us to be co-organizers along with Cimpad. And Ines, don't we have Ines here? Ines is not part of us. Okay. I remember they were supposed to be co-organizers. So if, have I forgotten any other institution? University of Rwanda? Well, I thought I was representing, anyway, University of Rwanda. Wonderful. Thank you. I think you are more than the three I'm seeing. Okay, you are not three, we are four. And those other colleagues who left before. So once again, I want to say thank you so much. And may we have as many more conferences of the kind as possible, because it's also one other way of impacting and imparting this kind of spirit amongst us. So all of you, thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. And we still wish you a pleasant stay. We don't, and I will not say it, that safe journey, if I haven't said it. We want you to stay longer and enjoy more of Kigali and even beyond. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity for me to speak to you. Thank you. I should have introduced, but I believe my colleague who made the remarks at the beginning introduced to you what the University of Rwanda is, and I will not take much of your time on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, VC. And again, let's clap for him the way we've been doing our conference claps. So thank you. The next in our program is the issuance of certificates. And thank you for that. So I'll call upon the VC for University of Rwanda to come forward. Vice Chancellor, please. So Vice Chancellor will be handing a certificate to Professor Peggy Valentine, the President of Cimpad. Welcome, Dr. Peggy. The floor is yours. You know, things are nowadays done digitally, so we are giving a digital certificate. Thank you very much for that.
So I want to thank the Vice Chancellor and all of you who have come to celebrate us today. You know, this is a very special gift. It means a lot to me. And I want to thank the Vice Chancellor for opening up his doors of the university for us to have the conference here. The delegations have been coming for the past year, and we feel that we're home. And all of you have welcomed us, and we just want to thank you so much, Vice Chancellor, and all of you who are from the University of Rwanda, and all the partnering institutions for your support. So thank you so much for this wonderful gift.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor and Dr. Professor Peggy for that. You may sit, Vice Chancellor. Thank you. I would also like to call upon Mr. Peter Kasaija to come forward. So I'll call upon Dr. Enoch. Please come forward. And Dr. Enoch will be issuing. Dr. Enoch will be issuing a certificate to, a gift, to Dr. Henry White, the former president of Cimpad. Dr. Henry, please come forward. I'm very honored to be doing this by professors and doctors.
Thank you. Let me say to you that I'm delighted. I want to thank Dr. Valentine for her leadership. I want to thank the team for its leadership. I want to thank you. I said the other day that 27 years ago, we had an idea. And as the Reverend said this morning, we took a first step. You represent a step towards the completion of that idea. And so as I step aside and others you step forward, the idea, the dream still is there for all of us, those here on the continent, in the diaspora, to work to build this country, this nation, this continent, so that all of us, wherever we're in the world, will be respected as people of African descent. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Kasaija, please come forward. Mr. Kasaija will be presenting a gift to Dr. Leslie. Dr. Leslie, please come forward.
Thank you. This is absolutely beautiful. I just want to thank you. This is absolutely beautiful. It has been my pleasure to serve as the co-chair of the conference. This is my third visit to Rwanda, and I love the country. It is a beautiful place and beautiful people here. Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you very much for your support. I will now call upon Dr. Dennis. Dr. Dennis, are you in the house?
Thank you, the MC. So here I have a special gift for some of our visitors or our collaborator from Cimpad. So on behalf of East Africa University, we are doing research in coffee industry, and the company that have adopted our project has given us a token, a small gift for our friends, so that they can enjoy our coffee from Rwanda. As you know, coffee from Rwanda is among the best coffee in the world. So I'm with my friends, my colleagues, Mr. Wiman. He's my research associate, and he's working in the coffee industry, and he's working for a company called Coffee Belt Ltd. And I've been doing research, different research with that company, so he can bring the gift. So we have few, but we have selected 6 members of Cimpad. So I'm going to call you and come to the front. We have our friend, the rapper, he can come forward, please. We have Dr. Harvey White. Dr. Harvey White, please come forward. We have Prof. Peggy. We have Reverend Ricky. We have Desiree Williams, or Desire Williams, We have Dr. Risi Bato. So please come forward and receive our gift. This is from Dr. Dennis, and this is a gift from the company called Cimpad, where we do our research. Okay, so our research is based on the Cimpad company. So there's a packet of coffee you enjoy it when you get home, but also you can share with the member of the team. Okay, here's for you. Here's for you. Okay, here's for you. Chani, murakoze cyane. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Denny. We'll now continue with the program, and I will kindly request Reverend Rick. Reverend Rick.
Thank you. Before Reverend comes to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, on the behalf of the Vice Chancellor, to express our sincere gratitude to all our awardees. We are celebrating not only their achievements, but passion and dedication to organizing such a conferences. And on this juncture, allow me to read the wordings on the award of Professor Peggy, the president of Cimpad, because I feel that each one of us need to hear and to know as we celebrate her achievement. Thank you. Award of Excellence presented to Professor Peggy Valentine in recognition of exemplary leadership and dedication as president of Cimpad for steering the 13th International Cimpad Conference with unwavering commitment and fostering global collaboration in public management, policy, and development, given on this day of 26th June 2024. Thank you.
Congratulations, Professor Peggy. I will now call upon Reverend Rick, please. He needs to prepare us for lunch with his hydrolyrin, so
Okay. Okay, good. Take some of this with you. Is this yours? Hi, everybody. Y'all feel all right? Oh, you sound hungry. Oh, my God. Well, again, it's my happy privilege to stand here as a poet and to share with you a little about my concern for Black lives. As a black man, I stand proud to say that we still have some hurdles and we still have some challenges, but, somebody say but, we will overcome. I believe in the famous words of the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He penned the words to some very important things that we all can identify with. And I can hear Dr. King this morning say, Reverend, go wherever there's a need. Go and attend pertinent meetings that have a tendency to decide our fate as a people. Get involved, Rwanda, or get rolled over, America. Because out here on this earth, we have been in existence from the beginning, no matter how hard somebody tries to hide the fact. We've had many centuries go by already. We should not be fighting the fights that we're fighting at this time. If y'all agree with me, I'd like to hear, y'all know what amen means? That means you's agreeing with me. Can we try it one time? Ain't today Wednesday? Somebody say. I believe y'all got it. We will not allow anyone to chain us with trickery. We have to let freedom ring in this building here. I've heard y'all call it a tent. Let freedom ring in the speeches that I've heard, that we'll do something with it besides listen. Need to be able to leave this experience running and changing the world. We must become change agents, each one of us. Let freedom ring until prosperity rains down in the livelihoods of every life in Rwanda. I said, let freedom ring on the eastern campus of the University of Rwanda. Let freedom ring. Let freedom ring to where we can go out on next month. I heard you having a vote. Go out and let freedom ring through your vote. Let freedom ring right now, no matter what color you are in this place. No matter the race, color, creed, God still loves one and all. Can y'all say? I believe y'all listening. Let freedom ring until they know that we are people that is still somebody's child. And when I get down to where I want to talk to you about here, I want to talk about how we have to still remind somebody that even though we are black, we still are somebody. Somebody say, I'm black and I'm proud. Some of y'all scared to say that. Say you're black and you're proud. Well, listen at this then. This is for your perusal. The poem entitled Black Lives Matter is to encourage all of us to tell our story. You have a story that I cannot tell. I have a story that you can't tell. But I tried to tell my story because inside of my body runs an African blood that I'm still not proud to be an American. I'm still an African, still struggling in America to become the person who God called me to be. Y'all ain't listening now. But through this poem, I hope to share with you how I feel as an African American. The poem is entitled Black Lives Matter. And just so you know it, I wrote this book here months ago, Black Lives Matter, The Potter's Road. Released that book right after I released The Potter's Road, Poetry for the Road of Life. Get it on Amazon. Get it on Barnes & Noble. You will not be disappointed. I always say it's the best book you never read. Black Lives Matter. You came to this continent where you didn't belong, disturbing the peace of our fathers in their native home. The beat of the drum resounds through the woods. and all of our families were living quite good. We knew how to plant and grow and live from the fat of the land. And we never wanted to wait for a handout from another man. Our fathers, like their children, lived as kings and queens in Africa. And they were taught to live proudly the African dream. You might call it heaven on earth if you wish. But coming to America was never on our list. Black Lives Matter. You brought guns, nets, and also your whips. Let us all out one by one to your waiting ships. And we sailed all of the 7 seas. And no one could prepare us for how we were getting ready to live on our knees. We were packed below deck as if we were sardines. And if we couldn't make the trip, we were simply thrown out to sea. Well, how in the world could this be that another man could take another man's life, kill all of his hopes and kill all of his dreams? Their intent was not to bring us here for luxury and hotels, because what we would soon discover that this would be a one-way trip, bon voyage to hell. Black Lives Matter. So we finally make the trip, Virginia, the red, white, and blue. But there was no beauty in that land like the beauty that I once knew. It was undeveloped and bare, needed a back to grind. Oh, but before I forget, why not use mine? Or did I tell you I would do it all for free on a promise that one day we get back on that ship, go back out to sea, to the land I once knew that I loved so well? I'll get on that ship right now to get out of this hell. You struck me one time too many to make me submit to your will. And that's why you think to this very day we're coming back to kill. Black Lives Matter 400 years later, and it still hadn't gotten any better. We've come through so much, so why not let us have something to say now in a country that continues to betray trust? How much do you think you owe for what you've done? You probably think nothing. You think the battle is won. But oh, you don't hate me. You hate the color of my skin. You wish you knew what you could do to get rid of me and never see me again. Oh, but Black Lives Matter. I guess by now you know we're able. Even when the cards are stacked against us, Rwanda, we still able to put food on the table. Through everything you brought, everything you sought to keep us down. Then you got the nerve to try to break black down and make it brown. Oh no, we didn't die. We only prevailed. Although you got a few of us locked up in your jails. We constantly strive to go up the hill, sometimes even got to get out on a limb. And who in the world is this guy named Jim Crow that carried the hatreds of whites that make all of y'all afraid to come out at night from your rapes, your hangings, your beatings, your murders, and now you're putting these on our necks? You know, Black lives do matter, and we will get respect. Your conscience is killing you, red, white, and blue, for being so mean. But we are also true to our colors. Y'all know the African colors? Red, black, and what? Y'all say it like you mean it. What color? You got it. Black Lives Matter. Hello? All right. I got one more second. I want everybody that has a pen and paper to take it out right now. I'm getting ready to give you the recipe to success. For the rest of your life. For the very rest of your life. Pen and paper, pen and paper, pen and paper. If you don't have pen and paper, you're going to miss your opportunity. And when you get your pen and paper, I want you to write 5 dashes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I want you to drop down 5 more dashes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's pretty simple. If you got that, say amen. Are y'all listening? If you got that, say amen. Now, what I want you to do is make a sentence consisting of 5 words on the top dashes and a sentence on the lower dashes, but you can only use 2 letters each word. 2 letters each word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can only have 2 letters. How many letters? How many words? All right, 5. I'm going to give you 60 seconds. And when you have it, I want someone to raise their hand and tell me what your sentence reads. Ready? Go. This should be interesting. Some of y'all not even trying to get ahead. Got pen and paper in front of you, just looking at it. Go ahead and try it. It's 5 words, only 2 letters per word. And this will be the goal, the key to entrepreneurship for sustainable development. Anybody got it? Something they want to read? You got 2 sentences? Anybody? Anybody got 1 sentence? Sister Desiree, would you please stand? She has a sentence. She has 2 sentences. Let's go. Say it loud.
To be me is we. To be we is me.
Did you all hear that? Say it again, Sister Desiree.
To be we.
To be we.
Is me.
Is me.
To be me.
To be me.
Wait, did I say the same thing? Let me say that again.
Okay.
To be we is me.
Uh-huh.
To be me is we.
All right. That's a great, give her a round of applause. Anybody else? I know one more person has it. Here it is. Desiree gave it a gallant try, but here it is. Never forget it. On the first line, write IF. Second line, IT. Third line, I is. IS. Fourth line, TO. Fifth line, BE. Next sentence, IT. Next, IS. Next, UP. Next, TO. Finally, ME. Now I want somebody that don't mind talking pretty loud to get a microphone and tell us how do we sustain ourselves going forward. Somebody who got a pretty good mouth, hand them the mic. Raise your hand. Raise your hand, they'll do it for you. Here we go. Remember, this is the key to entrepreneurship for sustainable development and beyond. Stand up, son. Say it loud.
If it is to be, it is up to me.
Thank you very much.
Reverend Rick, I did not see that coming. I did not expect Reverend Rick to finish that fast. We know he has the adrenaline to keep on encouraging us and giving us insight. So I'll now call upon Mr. Pista Kasaija. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll call upon Professor Peggy. Professor Peggy to give us some insight on note of thanks.
conference will be having the great impact on the community. This is a special gift, a gift that is very significant as an indicator of a strong and ties of relationship between the two institutions. We always have it as a landmark of this partnership in our university. Anytime, whenever we'll be coming to see us or whoever will be coming, we'll be seeing this as a symbol of partnership of Cimpad and EAUR. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you soon again here in Rwanda for further researches and the other collaborative project that will be impacting Rwandese communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we also want to call Awako, Adventist University. Do we have anyone here who can receive a gift for the Vice Chancellor?
Auka.
Okay. So on behalf of Cimpad, we want to say thank you for your partnership. Thank you for housing the students that came from Malawi. And we are just so grateful for your partnership. Thank you. It's just the same.
I would like to tell something on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the Adventist University of Central Africa, Dr. Penny Cook. I can see the gift. I will convey the message of thanks, of appreciation that was extended by Cimpad. And I believe this is the beginning, and the future is so bright in our partnership. May God bless you.
ULK represented.
So on behalf of Cimpad, we are grateful for the partnership that we have with you. We know that all of you have come together to help make this conference very successful. So on behalf of Cimpad, we want to present this gift to your Vice Chancellor.
Thank you. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Kigali Independent University, and I will convey the message to him. And also, we really thank you so much. We look forward to partner with you. Thank you.
And now we have tokens for the Conference Planning Committee from the local Conference Planning Committee that was spearheaded by Professor Gamriel. And so if you are present, and I'm also, while they're coming, I'm going to also ask Dr. Battle to come up, who has a special presentation for Dr. Gamriel. Is he here?
Dr. Gamariel.
Another room. Okay, well, maybe someone can come to receive the gift on his behalf. We don't want to delay the hour, right? And are there other members who served on the planning committee? I think that there were 12 or so, but perhaps everyone is not here.
So I've been working with the local committee for a little over a year now. I've been working with the local committee for a little over a year now, and everybody worked tirelessly to make sure this conference came to fruition. But there was one person out of the group that rose to the top. This person met with me weekly, oftentimes after normal business hours. Because of the time difference, he would meet with me. He would talk to me while he was having dinner with his family, and he never complained. And so we did not want to miss the opportunity to recognize Gamriel with a plaque. And it says, Cimpad, Consortium for International Management, Policy and Development, presents this award to Gamriel Bonimana with gratitude for your commitment and tireless work on the success of the 13th International Conference held in Kigali, Rwanda, this 26th day of June 2024. On behalf of Peggy Valentine, President of the Board of Directors. And so just so you can see, and if you want to present it.
Before all of the planning committee members leave the stage, we do have a separate gift for you before you guys leave the stage. It's a coffee mug. We know that Rwanda has the best coffee in the world. And so as you sip your coffee, it says, start the day with gratitude. And so we're very grateful for all that you've done. And so we want to present you with this gift. So someone has your plaque. You can take it out the paper. You can take it out the box. Take it out the box. Oops. So Dr. Leslie, do you want to come back up? So the planning committee who's not spoken, maybe you want to say something? Okay. Dr. Gamriel?
Thank you so much, Professor Peggy, Chair and President of Cimpad. This gift is also yours, is also ours. Cimpad Consortium for International Management Policy and Development present this award to Gamaliel Mbonimana with gratitude for your commitment and tireless work on the success of the 13th International Conference held in Kigali, Rwanda, this 26th day of June 2024, signed by Professor Peggy Valentine. Having led this, as I was out, I was with the Vice Chancellor of University of Rwanda. He said that such conferences should be organized every year. So you are invited. We shall keep updating you on the way forward.
Thank you.
So these are gifts for the other members of the planning committee. So again, we want to thank you again on behalf of Cimpad, and we now turn the program back over to our MC.
Thank you, Professor. And now I'll call upon Mr. Kasaija. Mr. Kasaija, please.
Thank you so much, everyone. We are coming to the close of the session today. But before we close our session, allow me to thank so much our sponsors who have supported to ensure that our conference becomes a success. We want to thank Strive Foundation. We want to thank IATA Group. We want to thank DISC. We want to thank Sober Club. We want to thank everyone in your own capacities who have sacrificed time, resources, energy to ensure that this conference, Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Development, happens and becomes memorable. Your efforts cannot go without notes. Thank you so much. Next, as we are having a conference on entrepreneurship for sustainable development, that makes us to think about being actors, action. We must put all what we think, all what we dream into action. Without action, you cannot be an entrepreneur. Without action, you cannot succeed. Without action, there is nothing. So that being said, you remember in our previous sessions, a fund was launched to support young graduates, youth, women in their journey to become entrepreneurs. That being said, we need to create a committee. We need to create a steering committee as part of the actions and resolutions of this conference. The committee will be responsible, among other duties, to clearly articulate and establish mission, vision of the fund that we all agree as partners. We need also to keep engaging each other on how do we grow this fund. We also need to have a structure, how this fund could be managed, well managed for sustainable. We also need to communicate regularly, but among all, we need, most importantly, to raise funds. How do we raise funds to ensure this fund becomes sustainable and our young youth, women and men actually benefit from this fund? And therefore, if permitted, I would like to suggest that the president of the Cimpad, Professor Peggy, becomes part of the committee. Dr. Gamaliel, on behalf of Cimpad, then on behalf or on the side of EAUR, East African University, Rwanda, Dr. Gamaliel and myself also become part of the steering committee. On the side of AUCA, UELCA, we did not get time to engage vice chancellors and decision makers, but we want representatives in the house to convey this message. They will need to send one name, representative in the committee. That can be done later. The same to UR. I'll speak to the Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, is my good friend, and provide one member in the committee. And at this point in time, if I'm allowed, please allow me also to include in the committee Mr. Justice Raji. You can stand up. This is a social enterprise. This is a social enterprise, and you have vast experience in terms of managing social enterprises. So we want to have you on board. So those are remarks I wanted to pass on, and allow me to call upon Professor Peggy to come and close this session, this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can say that we've had a wonderful conference. We've learned a lot. All of the presenters have been outstanding, and there's just so much that we can say, but most importantly, I want to say how grateful we are from Cimpad. We're grateful that we had such collaboration with foreign universities and all of these vendors who are here. It really means a lot to us. As I had mentioned earlier to Vice Chancellor, we're all volunteers. We're all volunteers who want to do good in Africa. We want to help, to share the lessons that we've learned, to help Africa become the best that it can be. And with that said, as I was mentioning to the Vice Chancellor for the East Africa University, he now becomes the second Vice President for Cimpad. He will hold that role for 1 year. And so that way we stay in touch, we continue our partnership. I think that lunch is now ready, and we will have a tour following lunch. And again, we want to thank all of you for being active members of this conference. We want to stay in touch with you. We want to continue the partnership. We want to help. And as Dr. Harvey White said yesterday, for our young people and for the women who have projects, if you're looking for opportunities, let us know. Go to the Cimpad website, cimpad.org. Submit your ideas, and we will look for funding opportunities. And these are small projects that we will call maybe $1,000 US. And we will look for partners. And with that said, I just want to say again that this has been a successful conference. We've learned a lot, and we want to continue our friendship with you. For those who've traveled from South Africa, Malawi, all the other places that were mentioned, those who came from the US, and our colleagues and our friends here in Rwanda, we say thank you. Thank you so very much. And with that said, the conference is now closed.
Communique. I have some announcement. Announcement number 1, everybody who is here is going to get a certificate. The certificate mentions his name and his contribution, either as a participant, a sponsor. There are many categories. The second communique, you can all be Cimpad members. It is very simple. There are 3 conditions. If you are an institution, you pay $250 US. If you are an American, you pay $25 US. If you are an African, you only pay ibihumbi bitano, 5,000 or $5 US. Yeah, $5. So now we are going for lunch, and once you finish, you will come back and we give you certificates. Vice Chancellor University of Rwanda has already signed them. Then other also are signing them. They will be ready in some few minutes. But Dr. Dennis, yeah, we wanted also to take group photo. I think it's better we take it before we go for lunch. Then from lunch, we give you certificates. From certificates, after having certificates, we go to visit the Genocide Memorial, which now is also under UNESCO site. Yeah. So after group photo, we shall all regain our seats. Then the first line will first go for lunch, the second, the third, the fourth, and so forth and so on.
We believe that through education, through research and collaborations, we can empower the next generation of leaders and innovators to create a better world. Together, let us ignite the spirit of entrepreneurship for sustainable development and pave the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for opening up your doors and your universities and your kindness to us. We will cherish these relationships for years to come.
Universities are known to be breeding grounds for innovative ideas and theoretical frameworks, fostering critical thinking, research, and the development of new knowledge. Entrepreneurs, on the other hand, bring these ideas to real life, translating theory into practice, thus bringing about tangible solutions that address real-world challenges.
Entrepreneurship for sustainable development is about developing nations. It is about developing our communities, but specifically it is about seeing human beings in alienated areas under the poverty line helped to rise beyond the challenges and the difficulties of this life, live lives are dignified. It is about our children in Africa and elsewhere in the world. It is about our neighbors, it is about church members, for those of us who go to church, to help them live higher lives with higher purpose and better lives.
Today we are blessed by having His Excellency Naeem Khan, Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, is with us, and I would like to request him to come forward and deliver his key note speak.
When we talk about education, so this is an umbrella term. Technically, education means to bring proper change in behavior. When there is a change in attitude, that is education. That's why sometimes we say that we expect things from an educated person.
Especially education on how women can access the funds earmarked for them to empower them to start their businesses.
We believe that through education, through research and collaborations, we can empower the next generation of leaders and innovators to create a better world. Together, let us ignite the spirit of entrepreneurship.
We have 4 types of certificates. The special thing in this conference is that whoever has come here will go with a certificate. If your name had been registered, you'll be having a certificate. And we have a certificate for organizers. We have a certificate for those who presenters. We have a certificate for participants. And you have certificate for sponsors. I'm going to call the names of people to issue to them their certificates. If you hear your name, please come forward and receive it. If you delay a bit, I will hand it to the moderator, so then we get it back later. Dr. Gamaliel Morimana, Madam Zula, Andrew Nyanyuchi Onsongo, organizer, Simon Mutunga Elimba, organizer, Nelson Denis Wimwe, organizer. Julius Nziza Kabagambe, organizer. Eric Urasanzwe, organizer. Blaise Bazimya, organizer. Henry Victor Shimimana, organizer. John Paul Murika, organizer. Alice Rujugiro, organizer. Zairugo Fils Albert, organizer. Mr. Gilaneza Amani Sylvestre, organizer. For sponsors, Sober Club, represented by Dr. Gamaliel, Ayatal Group, Strive Foundation, DSIK, Savitua and Travel Agents. Those are for sponsors. So for those who participated as organizers, their certificates are with Zula. Sponsors are there with the Dr. Gamaliel. Boniface, may you please come forward to receive the certificate of those who will not be available from the group of presenters. Mrs. Dativa Mukartesi, if you are here, can you come and receive it from Boniface? She has presented. Dr. Mukanyanjezi Teles. Dr. Denis Uwimwe and Modest Wimana. Dr. Moses Baichirize and Rugazula Ephraim. Mr. Jean-Claude Bonima and Mrs. Maria Christina Zakone. Mrs. Isabel Hanson. Dr. Gatsinzi Patrick and Mr. Livingston Jandaga and Peter Kasaija. Valerie Lowe. Faleline Mavisi Metzwela. Dr. Daniel Mulindwa. Dr. Oleri Mukabalisa, Professor Jack Kajema, and Dr. William Sabjimana.
We believe that through education, through research, and the collaborations, we can empower the next generation of leaders.
Dr. Spriye Sikugabo.
And innovators to create a better world. Together, let us ignite the spirit of entrepreneurship for sustainable development and pave the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Claudette Wamaholo. Dr. Gisana Magose Wuzu. Can anyone from Mauka come and pick it for him? And Mrs. Esther Masenjesho. They were coupled in the presentation. Mr. Desile William Laje. Professor Kaliste Kabela. Mr. Nzawandola Dominique. Mr. Ale Amani Manzi. Mr. Bazimya Blaise. Mrs. Marie Fidela Ndahimana Mutoni Wase. Professor Emmanuel Cheze and Dr. Kasamayol. Anyone from Awoka can come and pick it. Dr. Valérie Lilo. Participation or participant Aziza Zemlan. Aziza Zemlan. Habiyaremye Nema. Muhawe nayo Benita. Mugabe Ngoga Oben. Manlachiza Jean Baptiste. Anyone from Mauka? Robert Ligobel Silen. Mosi Anton. Mujisha Ivan. Sindaigaya Juvenal. Genzi Edi Peter. Uwibela François. Immaculée Mukamana. Kabela Fabiola. Dusabe Isimbi Cécile. Rubuga Alexia. Nirenganya Valence. Ayomba Janvier. Dr. Witonze Amiel. Mnyaneza Philbert. Kalisa Vincent Junior. Mugenzi Gerard. Igiraneza Patrick. Ilibagiza Patience. Dr. Mukurira Olivier. Irijimana Jean-Claude. Nayebale Monica. Nyanje Gibson. Aline Manishimwe. Aloni BM Fahikelin. Louis Elijah Maluk. Keza Monalisandra. Juvenal Sindaigaya. Jean-Claude Nirinjimana. Gerard Mugenzi. Abaisenga Onesimus. Saidi Zakaria. Mukamana Clemence. Kaitesi Estela. Asadi Rwanda. Mukamana Immaculée. Wangalatinga. Tumukunde Ghislaine. Mugwaneza Diane. Babazi Ruth, Pelimila Poule, Dr. Santiago Casamayor, Fomauka, Manachiza Jean Baptiste, Fomauka, Enoch Nibishaka, Fomauka, Juste Gel, Elizabeth Hanson, Sophia Hanson, Dr. Shale Hatejekimana Fomauka, Atkunde Marianne, Dr. Hervé White, Dr. Harvey White, Matilda Mirotha, Sophia Hanson, Elizabeth Hanson, Justin Nijele, Dr. Shala Hatejekimana, Bandi Fula Mignon, Ishimwe Jessica, Gatesi Françoise, Nyonguru Patrick, Munezelo Emir, Inwali Inosa, Bisetsa Inosa, Muhire Methode, Balayandema Jonas, Mujema Ashley, Kazargwa Sylvie, Dr. Leslie Bato, Françoise Agahozo, Dr. Damien Ejigiri, Dr. Malice Godfrey Netwela, Professor Clifford Siakis, Clifford, Dr. Peggy Valentine, Atukunde Mariam. So to clarify this, it may happen that you may be having more than 2 certificates. If you have presented, you have a certificate as a presenter. If you have participated in, presented in the, participated in organizing this conference, you have a certificate for the organizer. And if you have presented more than 2 topics, you have also the number of certificate equivalent to the topics that you have presented. So some are here and I have avoided reading your names more than once. So if you have presented them, you can come and pick them. In addition to that, in case it happens that you have not heard your name, you can let us know so then you can prepare a certificate for you. Thank you. Let me forward the microphone to the moderator for the next step.
So as we are sorting the certificate issues out here, I would like to call upon our rapper of the day, Mr. Clifford, to entertain us. Where are the drummers?
Hello. So if you did not have your certificate, go to our desk. You will find a list showing these different categories of participants, and then we shall send to you electronically. Still, it will be looking like this, signed by both by Vice Chancellor East African University Rwanda, the President of Cimpad, and the Vice Chancellor of University of Rwanda.
Thank you, Dr. Gamariel.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, hello. So thank you. So this is what we had planned this morning, but fortunately, while we were planning, the drummers were on their way. So we had a chance to talk, and I am very honored to have these fine gentlemen with me. And this is, I owe you. Uwayu and Prince. Say good morning to them. Yeah, so here we go. Yeah. Yeah. So we have to let the rhythm settle down and get me. Oh, where to get the camera, bro? Yeah. No, this is just a photo, not video. Here we go. Now the speaker. This is the rhythm, and here's the speaker. Go. See, universal. I play like this at home in the U.S. See, now you understand my blood is boiling now. See? And there are very many psychological studies that say when you play drums, it helps to heal. Yeah, keep that fire going. Watch this. Brothers and sisters, gather around me. I want to take a little bit of your time. I know you've heard all the records with raps, but let me tell you about mine. I know you've heard 2 Chainz, Lil Wayne, and all the rest. Let me tell you about Clifford's rap, because my rap is the very best. Now let's go back to the dawn of time when the man above said, I am. Sent a spirit down to East Africa and created a mighty black man. Now, since the black man was first on the face of the earth, he had riches and wealth untold. Uranium, iron, silver, diamonds, copper, brass, and gold. But hold it, wait a minute, what's this I see? A European came along and bought slavery. Took the brother and his family, locked him on a ship, sent him all across the ocean on America's trip. Lynched the brother, raped his woman, and skinned him alive. But in spite of all this, the brother still survived. 400 years later, what I'm saying is true. We ain't got 40 acres and we ain't got no mule. We ain't got no academics, no family, no job. Brother, living in the political sure is hard. So if you want to stay away from Reagan's mess and be where things are basically cool, get yourself together, start working real hard, and keep yourself in school. You know, some of y'all think that if you just get over that money power will get you through. Get the wax out your ears and the dust off your brain. I got a message for you. Say it loud.
As you're enjoying the
I'm
music.
black and I'm proud. There you go. Come on. Say it loud.
As you're enjoying the music,
I'm black and I'm
go
proud.
and have lunch.
So it's everybody here in this place. It's time to go to lunch. On the face, we're going to feed your body and your mind too, so get in line and get some food. So this is going to end Clifford's rap. Wait, go.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and get something to eat, cause check this. So now I'm gonna stop to see what you got. Get off the mic, cause I get too hot. Wanna see which party can dance the best. Come on. This should be easy cause the beat is fresh. Now, you're from uptown, Rwanda bound. On the other side of town, I'm done.
As you're enjoying the rap, I'm not good at that, so don't expect to go with the beats. Please, we only have 1 hour for those ones that are visiting Gisozi. So please, let's head to the lunch table. Please.
So thank you so much for opening up your doors and your universities and your kind.
We believe that through education, through research, and the collaborations, we can empower the next generation of leaders and innovators to create a better world. Together, let us ignite the spirit of entrepreneurship for sustainable development and pave the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for opening up your doors and your universities and your kindness to us. We will cherish these relationships for years to come.
Universities are known to be breeding grounds for innovative ideas and theoretical frameworks, fostering critical thinking, research, and the development of new knowledge. Entrepreneurs, on the other hand, bring these ideas to real life, translating theory into practice, thus bringing about tangible solutions that address real-world challenges.
Entrepreneurship for sustainable development is about developing nations.
We believe that through education, through research, and the collaborations, we can empower the next generation of leaders and innovators to create a better world. Together, let us ignite the spirit of entrepreneurship for sustainable development and pave the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for opening up your doors and your universities and your kindness to us. We will cherish these relationships for years to come.
Universities are known to be breeding grounds for innovative ideas and theoretical frameworks, fostering critical thinking, research, and the development of new knowledge. Entrepreneurs, on the other hand, bring these ideas to real life, translating theory into practice, thus bringing about tangible solutions that address real-world challenges.
Entrepreneurship for sustainable development is about developing nations. It is about developing our communities, but specifically it is about seeing human beings in alienated areas under the poverty line helped to rise beyond the challenges and the difficulties of this life, live lives are dignified. It is about our children in Africa and elsewhere in the world. It is about our neighbors. It is about church members, for those of us who go to church, to help them live higher lives with higher purpose and better lives.
Today we are blessed by having His Excellency Naeem Khan, Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. He's with us, and I would like to request him to come forward and deliver his key note speech.
When we talk about education, so this is an umbrella term. Technically, education means to bring proper change in behavior. When there is a change in attitude, that is education. That's why sometimes we say that we expect things from an educated person.
especially education on how women can access the funds earmarked for them to empower them to start their businesses.